colleagues, Chloe, somewhere here, helped put this event together with the help of some of our colleagues in Camden, who I'll be introducing shortly. I'll be facilitating a bit the event today. Our first person who I'm going to introduce is my colleague Candace Perry, who's the director of the Office of Environmental Justice. But before that, Yamileta, could you come up? Just to share Spanish translation, other housekeeping, there's restrooms down the hall. If you walk to the end of the hall and make a right, there'll be men's and women's restrooms on the left and right. Okay.
Si necesitan traducción en español, por favor, ver la parte de atrás. Y si quieren ir al baño, pues nomás pregunta a nosotros y ahí, por ahí te dejamos al baño.
Okay, now I'd like to introduce Candace Perry.
Okay, so hello, good morning. Thank you so much to all of you who are in person and online for being here today. So I am Candace Perry. I am the director of the Office of Environmental Justice at New Jersey's Department of Environmental Protection. So this is the third installment in the DEP's seminar series that we're calling Navigating the DEP System, where we spend about a half a day taking it back to the fundamentals and attempting to explain and demystify concepts about state governance over environmental protection that can oftentimes be really complicated. Too often, government does not do the best job of making information and even ourselves accessible to the public. So this is our attempt to shift that narrative and rewrite a new one. Specifically, this session is part 2 to our understanding the regulatory process. So if you were with us during part 1, and it's okay if you weren't, we have it recorded and posted online for you to catch up. But if you were with us for part 1 of understanding the regulatory process, we went through and we discussed the environmental justice regulations through our law and our rules. And we talked about the public process that is involved under the EJ process. Today, we're going to dive a bit deeper and dive into the specifics of the various air, water, and land use permitting that happens within the DEP. So I just want to spend a few more minutes to emphasize why it is so important that we're taking the time to learn and connect today. Because we know that environmental racism and income discrimination have plagued Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income communities or low-income people in our country since our country was founded. Over time, these systems of oppression have led to the underinvestment in many communities, and in our context, the overburdening of communities with more than their fair share of pollution. Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income communities are overpolluted and have also historically been uninvited to the decision-making tables to have a say about the pollution. As a consequence, problematic decisions have literally and figuratively bulldozed their way into communities. Now, government at all levels has a leading role to play in ensuring that decisions are protective of human health, and especially those most overburdened by pollution. But community itself must speak up and push back against injustice, because community voices have always been the spark that catapult change within this country. You know your communities best, and you speak for yourselves. And without your voices, the same perpetual forces will be at play. We need community input to ensure that we are serving equitably. But we cannot expect community to speak up if you're not invited, if you're not made to feel welcome, and if you're not trained on how to best provide input. So that is the purpose of today, is to take it back to the fundamentals of what state processes are even about. So if you're new to pieces of, if you already know pieces of this information, I ask you to stick with us. Maybe the way that we present some of this information today will help you to be able to share and pass along this information to your colleagues. And if you're brand new to this information, I ask you to stick with us. There's a lot to cover and we want to send you home at a decent time. So we're going to be recording this session. We will post it. There will be unlimited opportunities for you to watch it again and to digest. And please know that we're here as a resource. Please call or email us at any time with follow-up questions. And so lastly, with all of that, I just want to pass the baton and pass the mic over to our next speaker. We're going to have some community introductions and reflections and opening remarks from the Mastery High School gardening team. So please make your way up and thank you.
I'm just setting up the PowerPoint, but you guys can start if you, or if you want to wait for the PowerPoint, one sec. Um, Good morning. My name is Alexis Baez, and I'm part of the media. Thank you. Who runs this program? Neighborhood Collaborative Community Gardens, aka NCCG, is a Camden nonprofit gardening program that focuses on hiring Camden teens to help them take back their community and become leaders to step up and show pride in their city and help get rid of that negative stereotype that Camden is a dangerous and dirty city. NCCG has been active in the Camden County since 2017 when they started off as a small partner that assisted CLHI in jumpstarting their community engagement in their community gardens and events. Since then, NCCG has managed to grow their company into its own 501c3 officially licensed nonprofit company. What do the young youth do when working with NCCG? What we don't do is, nope. What don't we do? Um, ow. We are all for learning and gaining new experience to better students for their future endeavors. So we do A through Z gardening, meaning we don't just stick a seed in the ground and water it. We do much more. We do public speaking, a presentation, sales marketing. That'll be free. Love art and graphic designs. We have our own comic book series that you can color for kids. We got TikTok and social media skills. I'm not saying that. Want to perform a play at any event? Let us know. Interest in sharing knowledge with others? Or on Telemundo. We got just about every learning experience to pique your interest to help you learn and spread beautiful wings in our gardens. Okay, so
How does your A through Z gardening help the environment justice? A through Z helps our students not only with post-secondary success, but also helps them gain a wider understanding of what is happening and what is affecting their communities today. Some of the students lead activities that we have at our gardening program that teach them how to make books that educate youth under 12 years old with about issues that are hurting our environment and how can they begin to help in the long run by using areas in their neighborhood for kids to relate to within stories and draw attention. Students also use a wide variety of bugs, including Monty the Monarch, Miss Lady the Ladybug, Wellington the Worm, Barely the Bee, Dyad the Spider, and more. All the bugs have special homes that represent such as Camden, Kramer Hill, Petty's Island, and more to come. This is to help create biodiversity. This small yet special touch made by students is just one of the many ways that they show pride in their city and other communities. Alumni gardening students are even hired as mentors to assist in getting our teens active because we believe in teaching Camden students with help from sorry. Because we believe in teaching Camden students with help from Camden students. That's why teens are able to relate with those that they work with and build a stronger bond. How does this pertain to STEM? Throughout our prolific gardening alphabet, we address STEM in some of our educational materials that we teach our students. Vermin, uh, vim- Vermin composting being one of the biggest and main elements that we teach them about. Vermin composting is a science in which worms are fed composting materials, fruit scraps, vegetable scraps, and grass are fed to the worms to break them down further into casting concentrated in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, also known as NPK levels. These castings are full of nutrients that a seedling needs to promote growth. The worms are fed and cared for by students before going through a triple shift process before being aged for months to create an organic fertilizer to help feed plants with a vital nutrients they need while growing from seeds to plants. Students not only learn their knowledge, but also share it with youth under 12 in their coloring books and fellow gardeners at the farmer's market.
Good morning. My name is Shayla. I'm a first year here at NCCG. What about your community work? Of course, that is not all. For the remainder of the year, our students work hard to install and maintain their own community gardens. Gardens by Camden Youth for Camden Youth. Why wait for green spaces to play when you can make your own? In our garden club, one of our famous known community initiatives that we run is also known as NCCG's annual Harvest Fest and Winter Wonderland. During these events, our students take the lead in engaging the community in fun, family-friendly experience by dressing up to amp up the magic while providing them with resources to help them take care of their health, families, and homes. The Harvest Fest is a yearly October event where we reach out to resources for health and education in land, air, and water qualities that benefit our communities. Meanwhile, the Winter Wonderland focus on the magic of giving back to our mini garden sprouts who actively help out year-round in the gardens whenever it be cleaning trash from the gardens, enjoying the gardens as a safe place to play, or helping us and our teens install a new garden in the neighborhood.
Good morning. My name is Maya. I'm in the social media department and I'm a third year. At SCCG Garden, we strongly believe that our children are our future. Most students either take a break after high school to figure life out or jump right into their first job. Sometimes these are results students have to figure things out as they go. Students are immediately pulled in with a hand-on experience and learning with SCCG. While participating with the garden club, not only do students garden, but they learn public speaking, how to give sales pitch, how to organize an event, they learn time management, money management, the importance of independence, responsibility, and teamwork. Students get a multitude of opportunities to work as a team and on their own as a way to learn how to integrate into teams or solo-based jobs after high school. The Gardening Club pays member and grant-based funding during the school year and city funding in the summer after educational training throughout the school year is completed, thus teaching students not only about money management, but how grants work as well.
Good morning. My name is Yamala Velasquez. I'm a first year, and today I'm going to be talking about why teenagers, especially in Camden, there's often the misinterpretation that the youth does not care about the environment, nor are they aware of some of the environmental ills that occur in their neighborhood, which isn't the case. We found that there is interest among teens in wanting to grow a greener and safer earth, whether it be for their family or for their community members. We also want to focus on providing a safe space for teens to explore their creativity world, upon that the world will have in store for their once they apply for real jobs outside the NCCG internship program. Some teens think that they will end high school by ending up in a job that their parents store, a job at a fast food restaurant, or even a part-time job. NCCG helps open doors of opportunities for them to see a world outside of their city and reach for the skies. In collaboration with high schools like Mastery High School of Camden High, Bryn Medical Arts, and Pentec, we aim to open opportunities to youth all over the city to keep pavement the way for a more sustainable future. How is the educational component engaging for students? Sometimes learning can be boring or hard for people, even if it's something that they might have an interest in. As gardeners, we at NCCG understand that there is a lot of waiting and learning involved in caring for a growing seedling until it fully blooms. Some solutions that we've come up with is taking boring content that is needed to be learned and turning it into something fun, like a Kahoot with prizes to help engage students. Other ways include the simple hands-on approaching where we demonstrate to students how to do something before we end up allowing them to attempt for themselves. Once they do, we provide them with gentle guidance in how to improve. When it comes to public speakings, we have students complete permade online lessons and approach our staff as if they were a stranger. Before providing them the information they learn in the form of a public speaking pitch, sometimes they'll learn even popcorn with each other as practice.
Where do the products of these gardens go? A lot of the work that students do with NCCG is often given back to the community to help build relationships and bring people together, whether it be sharing. Produce they grow with residents to help eliminate the chances of their community being a part of a food desert. Taking freshly grown vegetables to areas like the Cathedral Kitchen to ensure those who are in need have a healthy eating style without the worrying of overpriced produce. Cooking their own dishes at home to help build a healthier eating lifestyle and try newer foods they might lack access to. Sharing freshly grown flowers with our local authorities to show appreciation for all the hard work that they do in keeping the city running safely. Or creating a healthy and low price organic fertilizer for plant lovers who wish to start their own backyard garden or keep their favorite plants thriving for loved ones. They they support their community and empower it in many ways.
How did we get our name? Neighborhood Collaborative Community Gardens came into existence through the work of NCCG Umbrellas of Partnership. Some people may remember us as North Camden Community Garden, a name which we kept as our LLC. After years of serving our communities, we decided to do what we like to call spreading the love. Although we are based out of North Camden, we do so much work with other organizations that may not all be in Camden like we are. Therefore, we took a chance of peace and decided to spread our own wings, collaborating with communities in the surrounding Camden area such as Pennsauken, Kramer Hill, Cherry Hill, Penny's Island, and the Delaware River area. Some of these partnerships include Rutgers 4-H, New Jersey Tree Foundation, Center of Aquatic Sciences, Subaru, Parents Invisible, CCMUA, Camden Rotary Club, Postwork, Heart of Camden, and American Water and more.
I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's been patient with our interns today. Today's their first big public speaking event that they've ever done. My name is Eddie Alice Vicente. I'm the head of graphic design. I'm also the program coordinator. This is some of the works that our students have done in the past few years that they've been with us. A lot of our students that we have are based in Camden or Kramer Hill, so they do care about their community and they are here to make their presence known. Because as we said earlier, there is a lot of assumption that the youth does not care for the community or what is happening to their environment, which isn't true. As some of you might have seen when you came to sign into today's event, we have our own coloring book that students have made for youth under 12 to understand some of these environmental justice issues at a younger age. It's a hands-on coloring book to help grasp the attention of youth, and it is all handmade by our students, from the printing to the graphic design to the design work as well. What is one important thing that NCCG hopes students will accomplish within this club? One of the things that we really strive for, at least, is for our students to make memories that will last them a lifetime and will really impact their choices in the future. Because as we always say, our youth are our future. We can't do anything that we do today without them, especially speaking at today's event and doing the environmental justice that we do without the students that you've seen here, along with some of the students that are actually out doing another event at a farmer's market where they're spreading the love and teaching about the importance of organic fertilizer done by vermicomposting. Thank you so much for having us here today.
Thank you all so much. Now we're going to transition to Candace Perry, who will talk about how to read a permit and submit comments.
While we're waiting for Rehana to transition us, can we just give another round of applause to our young people? It is a really big deal thing to be able to get up in front of all these people and speak. And so I am personally inspired by your bravery. So thank you. Okay. All right, so I'm here to get us going and kick us off into our formal presentations, and we'll have some time throughout the day for discussion. But my job is to kick us off with an intro to permits and regulations and kind of really break down what this all is and what it means. And then I'll pass it over to my DEP colleagues to take us deeper into those discussions. So before I do that, I just want to spend some time kind of introducing the DEP and who we are, because it may not be something that you understand or appreciate. I mean, even we don't appreciate all the time all the things that we do. We are a large agency, so we cover the whole state. The agency is within the executive branch. So Governor Murphy appoints our lead chief of our agency, Commissioner LaTourette, and the commissioner will staff the agency all towards protecting human health and the environment. And so with our great responsibility and mission, I just kind of want to break down and explain all of the things that we do. Because it is, so when you think about environmental management or environmental protection, we have several programs that do that. So we have our water resources management program. And so that's all about broadly overseeing the management of the state's water supplies, ensuring clean drinking water, and the quality of our waterways. We also have our air quality, energy, and material sustainability program, which monitors the air quality within our state and avoids emissions of too many pollutants within our air. It also broadly manages our waste streams and ensures the good maintenance of our landfills to work to reduce and beneficially reuse waste through recycling and other sustainability programs. We also have our contaminated site remediation and redevelopment program, which identifies the releases of hazardous substances from old industrial and even current sources, and broadly oversees the cleanup of those contaminated sites. We have our Watershed and Land Management program, which ensures the conservation and restoration of protected lands like wetlands and habitats and riparian areas. That program also designs and ensures accountability for standards for flood protection, and also tackles really critical flood and climate resilience infrastructure projects all across the state. The Community Investment and Economic Revitalization Program really strengthens DEP's investments in natural, historic, and cultural resources, including millions of dollars that are invested in our local park system. We also have our state parks, forests, and historic sites program, which provides recreation outlets for all that inhabit our state, and oversees and manages 51 state parks and 48 historic sites. Lastly, we have our Fish and Wildlife program, which broadly manages all of our marine and terrestrial species, making sure that we can conserve and preserve habitat for those species. And so I make a point to say this and kind of break down and organize for you how we're structured through our programmatic work to make the point that New Jersey is very unique, that we have one agency that's covering all of those efforts across the federal government and in other states. Those environmental management or environmental governance functions are spread out across different agencies. So if you think about the equivalent at the federal level, you have the United States Environmental Protection Agency, which is really only about regulatory and compliance. And then in a separate agency, you have the park system, you have the Department of Interior, which is about protecting our natural resources. In New Jersey, we have that together. So it means that we have a big responsibility and a big mission. It means that we do a lot to protect human health and the environment. And it also means that a lot of this can get really complicated real quick. So when we transition into regulations and laws, we want to look at and think about, what do we mean by that? You know, what are regulations and what are permits? So all of those programs that I just covered have a role to play in implementing regulations and issuing permits, which are authorizations. And so if we just think about it at its most basic level, going back to civics, laws are set by US Congress or by the New Jersey legislature. And so those laws are then delivered to our agency, the DEP, for implementation. And we implement those laws through regulations. And regulations are just a set of rules, a set of standards, a set of, guideposts that will direct how the regulated entity will do their work. And so by regulated entity, we're talking about a facility. It could be a local or county government. It could be a developer. It could be a utility. So Congress, or our state version of Congress, our legislature, will set laws, which are just general parameters of what we think the DEP should be requiring people to do. And then we go into more specifics through our regulations to say the very specific thresholds and metrics and requirements that will give someone an authorization to proceed towards construction or operations. And so that authorization to proceed to construct or operate is a permit. So a permit is just a document with a checklist of different metrics and standards, those specifics from those regulations that come from the law. And it is an authorization document. If you get that stamp of approval, it means you can go and construct and you can go and operate. So that's kind of how we get from regulations and into permits. And so all of those programs that I talked about earlier have a role to play in issuing different authorizations. And so you're going to hear about that later in today's seminar, about how our programs, our air program, our water programs, how they do that. But to keep it kind of high level and explain for you how we go about just even understanding all of the many rules and regulations that the DEP has. I just wanted to include this slide and let you know where you can go to find that. So the URL is highlighted, and we'll make these slides available after this session, so you'll be able to know where to go to find this specific page. But this is where you see all of DEP's rules and regulations. And so a couple of things to point out. Along the top, you can see current rules and regulations. You can see our rule proposals. So that is a draft of a rule. So before we put something out and say, these are the final requirements, you as the public have an opportunity to comment and give us feedback on a rule proposal or just a draft rule. We also have rule adoption. So after the draft rule is published and you have an opportunity to comment, DEP will look at all the comments, incorporate things where we can, and we'll adopt the rule. So that's the final version of the rule that's put out, and it will have all of the responses to comments in that adoption document. So that's where you can see that there. And then we also will have notices that kind of let you know what's coming up. On the side here, there's a lot of good links and things that I want for you to explore and click on later. Like how do you obtain an official copy of a set of regulations? You can get that there. There's a whole piece about public involvement. So you're able to see how do you sign up to receive notices about rule proposals and rule adoptions. You can click that link to get more information on that. There's a link about how you can submit public comments on rule proposals and opportunities to make public comments in person at a public hearing. So a lot of good information on this page about the public involvement opportunities. And so you can just read and understand what are some of these rules that are governing how we make decisions within our state. Okay, and so these are the types of permits that are issued. There's also a whole thing, I'm not going to go down on a tangent on like licenses, and there's some other like approvals or authorizations that the DEP will provide. But just for the sake of today's conversation and permits, you have air permits, you have fire permits, flood hazard, land use, stormwater, wetlands. So those are kind of the categories of these permits that we issue. And so there's two types of permits, and this is really important, especially when we move into the topic of engaging with the DEP, of drafting comments and submitting those comments to the DEP. It's important to know what type of permit you are commenting on. So there's two types. There's a general permit, and then there's an individual permit. So under general permit, there's two types. You can have a permit by rule, and you can have a permit by certification. So what this means is a permit by rule. What this means is you can have an authorization to go ahead and do your operation that is authorized within the rule or within the regulations itself. So there's no formal document. There's no like stamp of approval that you need to get in terms of like a paper form that someone needs to mail to you or that you need to fill out. If you meet the criteria that's set within that general permit or with that lives within the regulations, then you're set. So you have your authorization to proceed by rule, because that general permit is in the rule itself. Okay. Now you also have a permit by certification. And so this is a little bit more detailed of a process where in order to get your authorization, you need to fill out some paperwork. And so there's an application online. You typically, a facility will have to fill out an application and get a certification or register with the department beforehand. So you fill out paperwork, you register with the department, and you'll get this certificate. And that certificate is your general permit. It's going to authorize you to proceed. So an example of this can be like a boiler or a heater, like an industrial heater at a facility. If that heater will meet certain criteria, certain threshold, you just register, pre-register with the department, and then you can just go ahead and install your boiler or your heater. Now, individual permits are more detailed. These are case by case, site by site, developer by developer, facility by facility, very site specific requirements that need to be put into an individual permit rather than just like a generalized thing for all people or for all sites. In order to get your authorization to proceed, you have to follow very specific requirements that are set within these individual permits. So these permits are, several pages long. And we'll get into in the next couple of slides some of the details that you can look to find within those individual permits, but just wanted to spend some time breaking down the difference. And so let's talk about the EJ law and how this plays into this, because earlier I was telling you all that in part 1 of our Understanding the Regulatory System seminar, we spent the whole day talking about the environmental justice rules and the law. And so there is a fundamental split between what we learned in part 1 and what we're going to talk about in part 2 today, because our environmental justice process through our law and our rules, you can think of it as like an overarching umbrella process that sits on top of the specific media processes that we're going to hear about later today, the air permitting process, the water permitting process. The EJ process starts first, and that's intentional. It is to ensure that members of the public, members of overburdened communities have their fair say very early on, before decisions are made, before permits are issued and authorized. We want to and we need to hear from overburdened communities about what they think about a given facility, what types of impacts are existing within those communities, and how can the DEP consider and think about how to make sure one community is not experiencing more than their fair share of pollution. So we're going to have that dialogue with the facility and with the OBC, the overburdened community, first, before we do those individual permitting schemes. And so this is the environmental justice law, just to kind of go back, is a fundamental paradigm shift in how we treat environmental regulations in this country. So New Jersey is the first state in the nation to have the authority to ask ourselves the question, are some communities, based on the color of their skin or how much money they have in their pocket, are some communities experiencing more than their fair share of pollution? And if so, we have a responsibility to do something about it. So we're talking about the disproportionate, when we compare it to wider and wealthier communities, are some communities worse off, right? And so the EJ law is applicable when three criteria are met. So the facility is proposing to be located within an overburdened community. So it could be individual communities like the one we're in Camden today. Is the facility one of 8 types of facilities? So I don't have it here, but it's located all online. You can also reference part 1 of the seminar series to get more specifics, but these are power plants and landfills and incinerators and sewage treatment plants and facilities like that. And then is that facility requesting a specific type of individual permit? Remember, we just talked about individual permits in the last slide from the DEP. And so those individual permits are solid waste and recycling permits, a land use permit, a water supply and pollution permit, or air pollution permits. And so back to my point about how the environmental justice process, that is like this umbrella thing that's sitting on top of the various specific permitting, the air permitting, the water permitting, right? How that's such a paradigm shift. Let me kind of explain this for you because I think it's so important to understand as good background and context. Again, as you start to engage in this process with DEP. So if you think about the creation of the environmental movement and the governance over environmental decisions with the creation of the EPA back in 1970, there were some of these foundational laws that the DEP implements and that was set and written by the US Congress. So you have the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act, the Safe Drinking Water Act, those kind of foundational laws that were set in a time back in the 70s or late 60s where our rivers and our streams were literally on fire, where our air, you could see the smog, you know, not just in LA like we think about it today, but all across the country. And so these laws were set to nationally or regionally reduce a lot of those point sources of pollution. And so these laws set kind of these threshold standards. And if you are a facility that's requesting a permit, so let's just think about it, you know, keeping it very simple, an air permit, for example, that air permit is only going to look at giving you an authorization for one piece of equipment at the facility. So we can think about it like the smokestack, like it's only going to permit for what's coming out of that smokestack. And what you need to make sure, the standard that you need to make sure that you're under is set within the Clean Air Act. And so as long as you're within that standard, you're good, you get your permit, you can just go ahead and proceed, right? So that's kind of how the laws were set up originally. And it's not thinking about what else might be coming from that facility. So if you think about a factory or a power plant or something, it's not just about the emissions that are coming from the footprint of the facility, but you also have all of the trucks that are going in and out of the community. And some of you, many of you in Camden will know that well, right? The diesel trucks. And you also have the emissions, the pollutants coming from the diesel trucks. But does the permit take into account that pollution? No, it doesn't. The environmental laws that were set in 1970 do not give the DEP the authority, at least until, you know, before 2020, I'm jumping ahead, but historically have not given any agency within this country the authority to look at other sources of pollution, not just from the smokestack. Okay. And it also doesn't give us the authority to look at the sewage treatment plant and the landfill and the incinerator and the power plant and every other source of pollution that we know through redlining and other systems of oppression have this multiplicity effect of siting and overlocating these facilities in Black and Brown and Indigenous and low income communities. And so with that multiplicity of pollution, you can get a cumulative impact where there's an accumulation of pollution from multiple sources. So you have that smokestack and that, but the laws from 1970 say, if you're below the standard, then you get your permit, right? So here's the fundamental shift part. So the EJ law is not just looking at the individual equipment, maybe the boiler, maybe the smokestack at one factory, one facility. It's also looking at all of the other sources, we call them environmental and public health stressors that are going to be emitted from that facility. So like our example earlier, the diesel trucks and, you know, all of the mobile sources of pollution that are coming to and from and throughout the community. But also there's many other stressors, like these environmental stressors that a facility could offer. And we're also looking at every other source of facility and every other source of pollution from those facilities that is within that overburdened community. So we're looking at all of it. That is what the environmental justice law is asking us to do, is to say, what's in this community? And if this pollution that's in this community is disproportionate in nature, then we can have some authorities to issue special conditions within permits, right? And so the EJ rule process has an environmental justice impact statement, which is a requirement for the facility to look at and kind of do that analysis that I just talked about, to understand what is the existing pollution within community, what contributions of pollution is the facility likely to add to the community, and what are the facility's steps to avoid, minimize, and mitigate all of that pollution. And then we have a public process where there's a hearing for community to say what they think. And hopefully to give the DEP a lot of good information to set special conditions, and what the next step of the process is an EJ decision document. So we're gonna review all of the testimony and public comments, what the community thinks, and our commissioner is gonna issue a decision. And that decision might say, we're gonna add these special conditions, these special features into the subsequent permitting processes to ensure that there's not gonna be a disproportionate impact of pollution. And so those special conditions will get embedded within the air permit, within the land use permit, within the solid waste permit. So that's what we're here to talk about today. This blue box. We're going to learn and get into the specifics of how those permitting processes work after the EJ process is already concluded. Okay. All right. So how do we find permits? Let me try to go through this pretty quickly. There's several ways that you can find permits on the DEP's website. So the first is if you go to our EJ map, that is our environmental justice mapping, assessment, and protection tool. If you Google New Jersey EJ map, it'll pop right up. You're gonna go to the facilities tab, and then you're gonna click on, there's a lot of different like dots and triangles and circles. Just click on one, then you'll be able to see a pop-up of the facility that you're interested in. In this pop-up box, you'll get a lot of good information, and one of the links is current air permits or pending air permits. So you can click on that link, it'll take you to a different platform where you can see the permits. Another way is to access permits through our platform that we call Data Miner. This is where you can mine the DEP's data and pull different things from inspections and violations and permits. And so if you're in EJ Map and you see that pop-up box, there's also a preferred ID number. You can copy and paste that, go over to our data miner, put that in, and you can find the permits that way. Also, you can find permits just by searching by the facility name. I do recommend that you find the facility name from EJ Map and just copy and paste it exactly how it appears. If you use more a colloquial name for that facility, it may not pop up in our database. You can also find permits just by searching by location, zip code, and other locational information. You can find it that way. The next way is through our DEP bulletin. So this is an every 2-week kind of a list of all of our permits. You can see kind of pending permits. You can see permits that are draft. You can see permits that have just been finalized, and all of them are listed by county. So that report comes out every 2 weeks. Is a good kind of, way to keep track of what's going on in your county. And then lastly, you can find permits through OPRA. So this is our Open Public Records Act. So in accordance with that act, any member of the public can submit a form, like a formal request through this form that I'm showing to the DEP, and basically just explain what you're looking for. And if it is a public document, we are required by law to give you access to that. So you can submit a formal request through OPRA. You can also just email me and email the Office of Environmental Justice if you're having issues, and we can connect you through all of these past steps that I just talked about. Okay, so how do we read permits and submit comments? So there's some things you want to look for. Permits can be pretty lengthy. And so I'm pointing out some sections of information so you can keep in mind, and this information should help you develop comments. So every permit is going to have the facility name and the location. It's going to have some definitions that should be really helpful. It'll have the authority and applicability. So this is the specific law or the regulations that authorize that permit. It'll talk about the lifespan of the permit. So a point to note is that many permits kind of operate on a 5-year cycle. And so there's a chance to renew the permit every 5 years, which is a chance for the department to kind of take a look at things and see if science has been updated within those last 5 years. And if so, to make sure that that facility is upgrading their science to be protective of public health. An explanation of the permit action. So this is really important, whether or not the permit is for a new facility, whether it's for renewal, like I just talked about within that 5-year cycle, or whether it's for a modification. So it's an existing facility, but they're proposing to modify their operations. They're going to add, they're going to expand their footprint of their facility, or they're going to add new equipment, would be a modification. In some cases, it will have the recommended actions. Remember, I talked about earlier, to avoid and to minimize and to mitigate impacts. And then it will also have monitoring requirements. And so these are the standards or those emission limits or discharge limits, everything that the facility needs to abide by in terms of emitting pollution into the atmosphere or into the environment, that will be there. And then there's some record keeping requirements. So definitely look for those sections. Okay, and rounding out here, I wanted to spend some time helping you think through how to develop actionable comments to submit to the DEP. So what I mean by actionable comments, these are specific comments that you're sending to us. A comment is your opinion, your recommendation, your question, can be any of that. It's your input, and we want to know that. Many times though, just to be really frank, and this is the purpose of this training, is to give you some of this insider information. Many times what happens is that community members are frustrated about a facility. And so they'll write comments and they'll say, we don't want this facility. We don't want it to be located here. DEP, we ask that you reject the permit. And then that's pretty much it. So we have staff, permit writers and regulatory officers that are reviewing thousands of comments in many cases. And many times we can have a general assessment like, okay, community doesn't like this project, but we need to know more than that. Like, in order to be actionable, in order to take an action, to decide to do things differently, we need community to give us comments that we can act with. So it needs to be specific. So I have some things here I want for you to kind of ruminate on as you're developing comments. So moving and shifting beyond, we don't like this thing, we don't want to hear. How about you're asking yourself, what is your primary concern? And is that primary concern outside of the jurisdiction of the DEP? Again, this is just another tip and trick for you because we see this often. The DEP does not handle local siting and zoning. That is handled by your local zoning board, planning board, mayor, city council. So as a state agency, we don't govern that. So many times we'll get comments about the siting. We don't control siting. What we control and what we are authorizing is whether or not the pollution is within the boundary that it should be, and whether pollution is being or will be emitted to a certain community based on the color of their skin and based on their income that is disproportionate as compared to another, which is discrimination. And we're preventing that. That's what we cover, like, generally. Okay, so if your comment is about local zoning and planning, I'm going to ask you to consider redirecting that comment to an entity that's better suited to handle that. Okay, I don't want for you to waste your time. Okay, next point. Do your comments correlate with the permit action? So we talked about this before. Is the permit for a new facility? Is it for an existing facility? Is it for a modification? Or is it just an administrative permit that's just going to renew and like they're not requesting any change? So if it is a permit that's not requesting a change, it's just kind of an admin thing, and you're submitting comments that are talking about a modification, I'm going to tell you that that's misplaced. That many people within our agency that are reviewing these permits are not going to spend time looking at your request for a change or a modification or new technology, because that's an admin permit. So you either want to redirect that comment to my office and we can talk offline, or you want to wait to submit that comment for a permit action that's more in line with your comment. Okay, what's your general opinion of the facility? Is the facility unwanted? If so, why? Does it affect quality of life and for whom? Like, give us information about who's being affected by this, not just you don't like it, but why don't you like it? Give us specifics. Are there disproportionate impacts? If possible, using EJ Map to kind of help us to see some of the existing contributions to pollution and whether it's disproportionate. Like, you can use EJ Map to do a very quick analysis that will be really helpful to put in comments. Observational comments. If you're putting in comments about dust or odors, we need to know specifics about the duration. So is dust depositing on your windshield? How often? Is it every morning? Is it every night? You're smelling an odor. Is it every morning or is it every night? Is it weekly? Is it, give us information. If you know wind direction and speed, we'll take that too. We'll also take whether or not you have pictures that you can submit. Do you have recommendations about alternate locations? So the facility is proposing to be located here, but there's an open space of land down the street that's not against residential, not butting up against residential neighborhoods. Facility could go there. We want to know that. We're sitting in Trenton. We're not in every community. And so we don't know a lot of those specifics. You do because you live there. So let us know. The compliance history, you can look up through our data miner. If there's some issues about compliance that maybe we need to look at through our permitting, that's good for us to know. And if you can volunteer, like I said, to take pictures or to provide us with additional evidence that can equip us to make decisions differently, maybe like newspaper articles or different pieces from different outlets, that will be helpful as well. Okay, so just some tidbits for you all to think about. And lastly, I really, really encourage you all to get involved, to start to identify some of these public participation opportunities and to start to spread the word and tell your neighbors about these opportunities so that this information and knowledge doesn't just live within you, but that it lives within all of your neighbors and that you all can team up and really amplify the effect of your one voice. Start to attend public meetings. I'm listing some links here in these slides you can click on later about how to get information about that. As much as you can. I know it's really difficult to read really lengthy documents, but the more you can come to the table with something actionable really, really will help in the long run. And definitely stay connected to the Office of Environmental Justice. This is just the first opportunity in kind of seeding this information, planting seeds, and hopefully not the last. So with that, I'm going to pass it back over to Rayhana to take us and continue us through the day. Yeah, do we have time for questions? Okay, yes. I think at the mic so people online can hear you. And Carol will bring it.
Check one.
Good morning. I'm Timmy Lindsay, CEO of Anchor Leadership Solutions. I have a general question first off. Overburdened community, what is the definition of that and how is it defined?
Yes, so we covered that in part 1 of our Understanding the Regulatory System seminars. I didn't go into detail for you, but you can find it online at the links that are in the presentation and also rewatch that recording. But an overburdened community is defined at the block group level. So that is the smallest scale that the census will provide geographic information for. So you'll have a block group, you can have a tract, you can have a zip code, a municipality, a county, so it's at that smallest scale. And it's 35% or 40% low income, 35% minority, 35% limited English proficiency.
So the reason why I ask, like in the similarities of a hub zone, historically underutilized business district or something like that, is that I'm from Paulsboro, New Jersey, and the contaminants or the industries that are affecting our overburdened community are just outside of our township lines, meaning right on the other side of the street. And so when we are saying that these things are affecting us, they're not our community, but their pollution is impacting us. So are they still applicable, and are their compliance rules still, when they fill out their permits and things, there has to be a radius in which they are impacting people and the things that are coming our way.
Right. So if a facility, so many facilities have the propensity to cause pollution. The way that the EJ law works, though, is that facility must be located within that OBC to be required to go through that EJ process. So if it's not within it, it won't go through the process. There is something called adjacent block groups, where block groups that have zero population that are adjacent to an overburdened community are required to still go through the EJ process. So an adjacent block group. So you can think of it like a port.
Yeah.
A port doesn't have population. No one lives at the port. Usually ports can be located adjacent to an OBC. That would count.
Okay. The second question is on your EJ map. How far back does your mining go? How many years?
So EJ map was created in 2021.
Okay.
It is required to be updated by law every 2 years.
Okay.
So updated meaning the demographic data that we get from the US Census. So those population boundaries, those OBC boundaries can change just based on population growth or decline. So that will be updated every 2 years. The stressor data, so the air pollution, the water pollution, those stressors, those are updated twice a year.
So if we want to show proof of historic, proof of being overburdened, all the systemic things that have happened within our community, will we be able to go to this site to be able to prove it?
Not exactly, because it starts from, I think it was 2021. So you only have data from 2021, but you can look at, so we're in 24.
Right.
You can look at 2021 data. You can filter to choose the year that you want to look at, but it won't go any further back than that.
Okay. Historic permitting data or historic compliance issues or historic, whatever the problems are that these industries or companies have experienced in the past, that you've shown a pattern of problems with these companies that have been here for decades that may have been in compliance according to the rules back then, but according to standards today, had they been caught back then, they may have been not an impact and a health concern or all the other issues that have impacted us today.
Yeah, I get you now. I interpreted your question the first time wrong. So how I was answering the first time was about like the environmental data, the stressors, that only goes back to the creation of the map.
Okay.
But to find historical information about the compliance history, the inspection history of a facility, you can find that through Data Miner.
Okay.
And that will go back to the date that the facility was first inspected. You can see all that in Data Miner.
Right. That's good to know.
Yeah.
My last question is on the reading the permits and the submitting the comments. Where does this process happen with regards to going through the local municipalities? When they're asking to actually be located in that community.
Yeah. So everything that I talked about is usually after that local process has already happened. So we really encourage people that if they're concerned about these things to get involved early with your local government, because by then it's already cited, it's already approved, and you're just coming to the DEP for an authorization for a specific thing like a boiler. you know, not for where the facility is going to be located.
But the bottom line is the DEP still has some type of major power still, if you're able to go volunteer and show evidence that it should not be in that area, even if it has gone through that process.
So the hypothetical I think you're asking me is like, it's already approved at the local level, or coming to the DEP for an authorization, and say, for example, the facility just cannot get there. They just cannot meet the standards, or for whatever reason, it just doesn't go forward. They will need that authorization to go forward.
Mhm.
If they can't get their permits, they may be forced into a situation where they voluntarily choose to withdraw their application and do something else. But you know, it's a very hypothetical situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Yes. And Danny wants to, yeah, can you come up for the mic? Okay, we're going to transition, and Danny Wong is going to answer some more questions.
Hi, I'm Danny Wong, Bureau Chief of the Air Permitting Group, and I just wanted to kind of answer your question on if we get permit, and I only work on air permits, what happens if they can't meet the requirements we require them on? So we do a technical review, and we basically tell them, here are the criteria you must meet. And if they say they can't meet it, then I will not approve the permit. And well, there's two actions. We have to take an action is let the facility, you can withdraw the permit, or if you don't want it, we'll issue it. And then the facility has to abide by whatever conditions we put on it. Or three, we deny the permit. It's those three. And then at that time, it's a business decision by the facility.
Thank you so much, Danny and Candace. Next, we're going to have Patricia Angelito here to talk to us about drinking water.
Okay. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? You need a stretch or something? Do we need to stand up and stretch? You need a break from that? And I want to say hello to all the folks that are joining us from home on Zoom. And I was just sharing with Candace before we got started. It's such a nice way to start Earth Week, right? So Earth Day is coming up this week. To start Earth Day, spending my Saturday with all of you that are community leaders that are taking the action on the ground in your community to improve public health and the environment. So I'm really happy to be here today. Okay. How do I go down? Oh, no, you showed me and I got it. Yes. Okay. So my name is Trish Angelito. I am the director of the Division of Water Supply and Geoscience at DEP. And so up here on the slide, I have our mission statement. And really that's the goal of what we do every day. Our goal is to ensure there's enough water for us to drink and use in New Jersey as we need to, and also that that water meets the standards that we set, so to protect public health. And the way that we are divided and the regulatory structure that we are is a little bit different than some of the other programs. We do have some permitting processes, as Candace was saying, but we also have an overlaid regulatory structure that I'm going to go through with all of you. And there are different places that there's opportunities for public input that are not necessarily strictly in the permitting process. So I'm going to outlay some of those as well. And one of the things that the way that our division, and this just gives you a structural look at our division, we're broken down into the two pieces. Do we have enough water, an adequate supply, and what's the quality of that water? And my focus, the focus of the team that I work with, is drinking water in particular. But there are other uses of our water, protecting the environment, protecting you know, streams, rivers, lakes. That's not what we do. We're looking at the focus of protecting the water supply for the use. We are really trustees of the natural resource, right? The natural resource of water is owned collectively by all of us, by the residents of New Jersey. And our job is just to be a trustee of that resource and ensure that it's there and usable as we move forward. So the two pieces of that is really resource availability. So we look at whether or not we have, so where does our drinking water come from, right? It basically comes from 2 or 3 places. It's either going to come from a surface water. So when you see on this slide, right, when you look at this red circle here, right, it's going to come from a reservoir, a stream, a river where you have an intake and someone's drawing water from there and using it for public water supply. Or it can come from wells, right? And those wells are going to go into two different types of things, an unconfined or a confined aquifer. And so that's what these circles here, like confined or unconfined. And that just means that there's a layer of clay or a layer of something in between the surface and where the water is. And so we have to evaluate that and ensure that there's enough of all those places that we get our drinking water from to supply the population of New Jersey. But we also have to treat it and get it to the residents, right? And so the quality part of the work that we do at our division is looking at how that treatment happens. And there's a lot of steps in water treatment that have to happen to make sure that it's appropriate for use as drinking water, and then get it to your home, right? Get it to a resident's home. So there's a treatment and distribution, and we have oversight of all the aspects of that. This is just a slide, and when Candace was going through kind of the background of federal regulations, this year is the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act in our nation. And so we've been doing a look back at what has happened between 1974, when that Safe Drinking Water Act came into play, and where are we at now. And this slide just shows you all the different rules, regulations that have happened in the world of drinking water from 1974 to now. The ones that are dark blue are federal. The ones that are light blue are New Jersey specific. So there are times that New Jersey has made the choice to be more stringent than the federal government for the protection of our residents. And you can see those in the light blue. And then also at the bottom here, like, our work is not done, right? We have new contaminants, new science, new health-based science that has showed us that there's more work for us to do. And so we're continuing to do that work as we move forward in drinking water. So I'm going to first talk a little bit about the quantity side, or the water supply planning side. So there's a whole process that we do through the Water Supply Management Act that looks at these fundamental questions. Do we have enough water to do what we need to do with it for now and into the future? And as we go through that process, are there any critical issues that are impacting where we get our water from and how we get it? An example of what that might result in is we have these two critical areas that have been established in New Jersey. And what that means is, in those areas, when we look at the scientific data and research that we've done with our colleagues from USGS, those are just the studies that support that those aquifers, or that groundwater that we're pulling water from, are stressed. They may not have, they can't give any more water than we're taking from them now. And so when we make permitting decisions or decisions about the use of that water, they're treated differently because they're in that critical area. So right now we have out for public comment, so I encourage all of you to take a look at it, our statewide draft water supply plan. This is the first time holistically in our water supply plan that we've addressed these three topics: climate change, water quality, and environmental justice specifically. So those topics have shown up throughout our planning process, but not in a very discrete and holistic way. And so in this water supply planning process, we've evaluated all the data, looked at where the water's coming from, and these other impacts to our water supply. And so the draft plan is out there. We have public comment open until the 26th. So take a look at it and specifically look at those areas that might be of interest to you. What's in the water supply plan are things like, we need more data here, or we need more information, but also policy recommendations. We think the department, or this needs to be happening, or think we need to look at this differently. So we really would encourage you to take a look and provide us some comments on the water supply plan. Okay, and then a little bit about permitting, and I have a whole piece at the end to talk about public input on all these pieces. But if I'm a water system, I'm a utility, I want to utilize water to serve to the public, right? I need an allocation permit that allows me to say how much water I can use. And that process is a permitting process similar to how Candace has described it, where that particular utility needs to show how they're going to use it. But it's not just for drinking water. People might be pulling water for usage for other purposes. So we have to make sure that they're not overusing that, and they have to stay within those realms. And then there's also a well permitting process. So again, if I'm a water system and I'm going to use groundwater for my usage, I need to get a permit to install the well. And there's two purposes for that permit to install the well. One is to ensure protection of public health, right? That it's constructed in a way that it's not pulling in other pollutants. And the other way is that to protect the groundwater itself, so that it's not introducing pollutants into the groundwater. And then Candace nodded to this a little bit in her presentation. And then we have a licensing program. And the reason I raise that up is a lot of our licensing boards, and I'll talk about at the end, do have opportunities for publics to attend our meetings. So there's always opportunities for you to engage in that. But then we license those that are doing that work to ensure that they are doing it appropriately. So that's kind of the quantity side, how we're getting the water to use it. And then the Safe Drinking Water Program oversees and ensures that customers that are getting delivered water, it meets the standards. And there's a whole host of extensive monitoring requirements that are required of water systems. And that depends on what type of water system it is, who they're serving, and where they're getting their water from. And then we also have a licensing program there as well that ensures that people that are operating a water treatment facility to provide drinking water have the appropriate license, and are doing it the way that they need to, and then a compliance and enforcement piece. And then this is just a safe drinking water framework. So there's a whole bunch of different water systems in the state. There are community water systems, which are those that serve our residents. They're the things that how we get our water every day from our community water system. But there's also this branch of what we call non-community water systems. So those are water systems that don't serve a residential population. So sometimes you'll have a school or a business that has a well, and they don't connect to city water. They serve that to the students, and they're considered a non-community water system, but they're broken up into transient and non-transient. So transient meaning a non-transient is like a school. It's the same students there every day. That's a non-transient community, where we also have some businesses. You might have a Wawa that has a well that isn't connected to city water. That's a transient population, right? There's a lot of people coming in there, but it's different people every day. And this pie chart just shows you the representation of the amount of water systems we have in the state. And you can see we have a lot of those small transient water systems. But as far as population served, most of the population is served by the 16% of our community water systems, which are MUAs and those organizations. So what do we regulate? Well, there's a whole host of contaminants that are regulated in drinking water that are looked at, and they're put into these buckets of types of contaminants. And then you see here, we have the list of what the actual standards are. And on a really routine basis, we evaluate drinking water data. So we actually have a 24/7 evaluation of that data, because there are certain contaminants that need an immediate response. And so we have daily reports where data comes in from the laboratories. We have staff that reviews them on a daily basis and makes a determination if there's any type of exceedance. And there's different types of exceedances that a water system, or violations that a water system may receive from the department. It could be a maximum contaminant level violation, which means they exceeded a standard. It could be a treatment technique, which means basically they didn't treat the way they were supposed to. And so there's an action they have to take. An action level exceedance, like something for lead and copper. But also if they didn't take their monitoring reporting data, that's also a violation, right? You have to take the data, you have to submit it to the department. And like I said, we have a daily daily reports every morning that come out, even 24/7, because we have emergency response coordinators that are on call throughout the weekend to ensure that if there's any data that comes in that's a public health risk, we know about it. What happens when a water system gets a violation? They're required to do some type of public notice. Any violation that is required, but the type of public notice is different based on the type of violation that it is, right? So the way the public notification is done is there's these 3 tiers. And the tiers basically mean how quickly do we need to tell our customers or the consumers or the residents about it. And that's based on the type of contaminant it is. So a tier 1 public notification is something that's from an acute risk. An E. coli MCL violation is going to be a tier 1 because it could have an immediate public health risk to people that are consuming that water. And so they have to notify the public within 24 hours of that, and then let the public know what the actions are. Something like a boil water advisory, if anybody's ever unfortunately had that within their water system, that's a 24-hour notice. It's a tier 1. It tells you what you need to do. A tier 2 public notice is for those other type of violations that might be of a contaminant that's not an immediate public health risk. It's a more chronic, so you need to tell the consumers within 30 days. And that normally involves some sort of direct delivery, where the tier 1s, they're required to show that they've sent it by like reverse 911 or like Nixle. If anybody has those in their communities, they have to put it on their website. They have to do a press release. They have to get it out to the public. They have to get it on the public news, right? Where the tier 2 is like a direct delivery to homes, and it's a mailing typically, but they also have to put it on their website. And then a tier 3 is an annual notice. So some of those things that maybe aren't at public, there's no need for the public to take an action, but it's important. For the whole purpose of our public notification requirements is transparency, so people know what their water systems are doing. So if they haven't done their monitoring reporting violations, that's a tier 3. So you're able to hear about that. So then what? Yes, what's wrong? Yeah. Slow down. I'm too much of a fast talker. Okay, I apologize. That is my biggest, I don't know, hurdle in public speaking. Okay, so I'm gonna try and slow it down. I'm sorry. Okay, yep, that's just, I can't, it's a tough thing. Go back to tier 3. You got it. Okay, so I just don't have to really think about it. So a tier 3 notice is for something that you'll get notified on an annual basis, so once a year. And those are things like monitoring and reporting violations and things that aren't necessarily need to be identified immediately. Okay, so when a water system violates a standard, there's different actions that they need to take. They have to notify the public. We just talked about that. And they have to submit a remedial measures report to the department and say how you're going to address whatever you didn't do. If it's an MCL violation, it might require you to install treatment. If it's a monitoring and reporting violation, they have to say to the department how they're going to make sure they're not going to miss their samples next time. And so there is a safe drinking water permit process that we go through if a water system needs to make some type of upgrade, if they need to install treatment for a contaminant. And then there's a process in which a utility goes through. The interesting piece about safe drinking water permits, when you looked at what Candace presented about the Environmental Justice Act, they themselves are not facilities that generate environmental justice permit because they are remediating an issue. But if they need a new generator that triggers an air permit, they'll still go through the environmental justice process for the pieces that might impact the community. So it's a little bit of a difference than some of the other permitting. One thing that I wanted to talk about really that's going on right now in New Jersey is just lead service line information. So lead in drinking water is something that has been a priority for the department for the past several years. There's a lot happening both at the state level and at the federal level to address lead in drinking water. New Jersey established our own state law that requires water systems to remove all lead service lines in 10 years. An important piece of that is the public notification associated with it, and also the public engagement associated with it. So the way a lead service line is, right? So you have this photograph here, and you have the, can I use it? Does the pointer work if I point? No, it doesn't, but I'm gonna walk over to it for a second. I'll talk real loud, 1 second, then I'll catch up. So this here is the main in the street, right? That's where the water comes from. And then you have this service line that goes into the home. And then there's the curb stop, right? So you have a service line that takes water from the main into the home. The ownership of that service line is different in every community. In communities like Newark, the homeowner or the owner of the property owns all the way to the main. In some communities, the utility owns what's in the street. The property owner owns what's on their property. Sometimes the utility owns it all. So an important piece of this is that in order for utilities to be able to replace them, they need to know where they are. And so there's a large amount of unknowns, especially on the customer side, on the home side. The utility may have a good understanding of what's in the street, but they don't know that part from the curb into the home. So a lot of utilities right now are doing outreach efforts within the community and have online applications, and they want residents to go into their basement at the meter, take a photograph of what the service line is coming into your home and submit it. Because if you have a lead service line in your home and they don't know it, you're listed as an unknown. They have to do an inventory. So address 1 is lead, address 2 is unknown, address 3 is non-lead. They're going to prioritize replacement of where they know lead is. So it's really critical for folks to respond to that. And also, it's required that utilities notify you if you have a lead service line and they know it. So if you're on their list that you have a lead service line, you will get a certified mailing that says you have a lead service line and an annual notice of what they're doing and how to participate in their lead service line replacement program. Okay, so how else to learn about drinking water quality? So if you're interested in the drinking water quality of your utility, there's a few different ways. One is through consumer confidence reports. How many of you read your consumer confidence report that you get in the mail if you get one? Good. Yeah. Okay. So that's the annual look back at what your utility has done over the year. Every violation that they've had that year, they have to put in it. They have to give that information to the public. We also put out an annual report of the overall state's compliance. And so that's an interesting document too. It looks at the statewide. It's not quite utility specific like the consumer confidence report is, but it looks statewide. And then the last place is Drinking Water Watch. And I think you all did a session on Drinking Water Watch, right? Is that recorded, Candace? Okay, so there's a recorded session on Drinking Water Watch, which is a tool that allows you to get real-time access to all that data I'm talking about that comes into us on a daily basis. It's publicly available. So you can go to your utility, you can see what they're monitoring for, you can see what those results are, and you can also see if they have violations because those show up there as well. Okay, so we went from how we get the water out of the ground, how we treat it, how we monitor and how we make for it, and then how are we going to fund all the stuff that we need to do. So we also oversee a drinking water infrastructure funding program that has two pieces right now. And one is through our traditional SRF or state revolving fund. So utilities have the ability to come in and get low cost loans with some principal forgiveness to support the upgrades they want to do to improve drinking water in New Jersey. But we also have a new grant program for communities, and it's the Emerging Contaminants in Small and Disadvantaged Communities. And so EPA has given additional money over the next 5 years to states to address concerns in drinking water in those small or disadvantaged communities. And then we have a technical assistance program. So if you're engaging with a community and you're engaging with a water utility in the work that you do, and they need help with navigating the financing system, navigating the application system, they need technical assistance to build their lead service line program. I heard it echo. Okay. And then, we have a whole opportunity, we have a whole program that can help communities that need help in moving projects that they want to move forward in drinking water. And there's a request form online that you can submit if your community is interested in partaking in the technical assistance program. And then all of this work is done on science and research. So we have a whole host of programs that are looking forward and evaluating the data. We host the New Jersey Geologic Survey. And also we work with the Drinking Water Quality Institute, which is a body that evaluates the current science in drinking water and makes recommendations to the department on things that we need to do to move forward. Okay, so where are the opportunities for public input? There's a bunch, so I'm going to run through them. So on the water supply side or that quantity side, during drought, if we ever have a drought declaration, there's always opportunity for public comment during that, for you to share information about what's going on in your community. Thankfully, we haven't had a drought condition in a few years, so that's great. And then I talked already about the water supply plan that's open for public comment until April 26th. Now, the water allocation permits, they are the traditional permitting process, a little similar to the way Candace outlined the permitting process. So there are opportunities for public comment in that particular process. And there's also the opportunity for members, the public, to request a public hearing. So if you're concerned about it, you can request a public hearing. And this slide just kind of outlines the steps that you would take to do that if you were interested in public input on a water supply permit. And getting back to what Candace said about how to give comments on a permit, that was really great, actually. And we see that often, right? Like when you look at a water supply permit or you look at a water allocation permit, you know, we just get this, the permit activities are going to be bothersome, and so you should deny it. But like, we need the why, like Candace was saying, we need the why you think we should deny it, or what do you think that it's going to cause? So this slide just goes like an example, like if you had a well and you said, my well wasn't recognized and what they're going to impact by what they're doing, like that's an important comment for us. We need to make sure that that's in there, right? Or questions about how groundwater contamination might be impacted by the allocation versus more out of scope comments. So that's really great because it's true. We want to be able to be responsive, but if we don't understand what the concern is, we can't be responsive. And then there's a whole host of other ways to be part of our public meetings. So we have the Water Supply Advisory Council that really focuses mostly on that water supply aspect, the quantity of water in the state, and their meetings are open to the public. So you can join and listen to what they're doing. We also have the Drinking Water Quality Institute, and that's an expert body that looks at the quality side and whether new standards are needed. Their meetings are also open to the public and have an opportunity for public comment. Our licensing and boards also have all their meetings are open to the public as well. So you're welcome to join and provide any feedback. And there's a list on our website. And then I have at the end, I think you'll be sharing the presentations if you haven't electronically. And we tried to actually embed the links in one slide so you could go to one slide and get everything. You didn't have to go through each of the presentations. And then if you're concerned about drinking water, what do you do? Well, you first can contact your drinking water utility and ask them questions about their compliance, their data, how to get it, make sure their CCR is up there and publicly available. But if you're not satisfied with what you hear from them, we have a whole process in which you can submit the comments to the department. So you can either submit it through online, you can call our phone number. We have staff that answer the phone, and that's part of their job, is to ensure that customer complaints or concerns are addressed. And then we'll go back and take a look at that utility if they haven't addressed your concern adequately. And then the one piece on the funding, which I know a lot of times we don't get a lot of public comment often on what we call our IUP, which is our intended use plan, which is how we're going to spend those infrastructure dollars. But that's how we're going to spend those infrastructure dollars and what we're making a priority, and how we're going to spend that principal forgiveness dollars. So it's really important for the communities to take a look at that. And if you have input into that, and that's on an annual basis, we put that out there and say, here's what we think the priorities are this time and how we're going to spend and prioritize spending of the money. Here's how we're going to prioritize principal forgiveness and grant dollars. And there's opportunities for public comment on that. So I would encourage you to take a look at that. And like I said, that's on an annual basis. We have to put that out. And then just to close, I just have this one slide that goes through all the things that I talked about and just links to them. If you want to get back to them, they're hyperlinked and it can help you kind of navigate, because our website is in much need of an upgrade. So it's often difficult for us to navigate. I was laughing when Candace was saying, you know, sometimes we have actually a series that says like DEP does that for internal people, because it is, sometimes you're like, wait, the DEP is so large. We do that. So it's nice sometimes to have everything in one spot. That's all I have. Yes, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Could you actually hold on to your questions for 15 minutes? We're running a little bit late, so we want to stop here and take a break. And the Mastery High School students are going to give a tour of the community garden in the school. And when we come back, we can take your questions on Patricia's presentation, if that's okay.
Great.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So do you guys want to? Or Jackie or Carmen will. Okay, so I think Carmen in the back is going to be leading the tour. Do you want to? Yeah. Please.
Wet out there right now, and it's got a lot of mud and stuff. So I don't know if it's a good idea for us to go out there.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
There's also a slide deck that.
But I could talk a little bit about.
No, come here.
I could talk a little bit about our plans for the park out here. First of all, I'm Carmen Uberry. I work for the Mastery High School of Camden. I'm the Family and Community Engagement Manager here. And so we have been here about 8 years. And one of the things that we realized was that we really have access to the water. We're probably the only high school or school in New Jersey that actually has access to a waterway. And we're saying to ourselves, that's probably something we should do something about, right? Look, and I'm always so happy to share this story because it was actually students that came up with this idea. So again, when we worry about future generations, I really don't worry about our future generations. I really feel like our future is going to save our world. I really believe that. And this is why, because it was students that came up with this idea. Like, why aren't we learning out here about what's going on in our environment? And so we called some friends from Trust for Public Land, and they came and they said, you know what? We're going to host a few community meetings for your families and your students, your community leaders, and your educators to see what kind of ideas would you come up with for a park. Well, the ideas were endless. We thought about all kinds of ways to develop this park and really connect it with post-secondary connections, right? If you think about a park, there's the agricultural piece where students can have greenhouses and composting. Oh, great, they put it up there. And they can also have forestry folks come and teach about the plants and how to take care of a park. And then because we're touching the water, we can also explore marine biology. And one of the beautiful things about this particular space, which I really kind of wish now we could go out there so you could see it, it actually one of the few places in Camden that the Cooper River and the Delaware River touch. In that specific area in the water, there is something called the northeastern mollusk, and it is only found in that area. So it's actually, again, a protected place. So imagine an environmental science teacher or a marine biology teacher or any kind of teacher that wants to talk about animals and marine life. They can study at a place that's actually protected. So that students are getting an incredible exposure to careers that normally they would not be exposed to, because again, we are a Black and Brown community that that we almost never have an opportunity to explore those kinds of careers or those kinds of exposures. And so this became a project, and this particular screenshot here shows the building, and it also shows the places right outside this door, these two doors here, that we're planning to do a capital improvement plan. So we're going to have like a deck around there with some garden beds. But if you look over to your right, you will see the pathway to the park and to the water. But this is what it looks like. Oh, I hope I pressed the right button. No, hold on. Is it this one? There it is. Okay. But this is the idea right here. So if you noticed on this space here, which this is the parking lot. Oops. And so here is a pathway that we're going to build to have a dock here. We dream of having the first Black and Brown high school crew team in the United States. We dream about having sailing classes and life guard classes, and just a fishing team. We're dreaming big, and we believe that we can do these things. Just last week, I was in Washington, D.C. with the folks from Trust for Public Land. And we talked to our legislators about getting the money for this. And it was very favorable. We had some very favorable conversations out there. I just really am excited about this. This is really happen and we're really excited. This red area here is where we're going to have an amphitheater because we want to do like outdoor Shakespeare, outdoor theater. And we also have the gardening club. I know that they gave a fantastic presentation earlier. We have made a space for them to have their compost, their vermiculture, their garden house, their greenhouse, their yeah, I know you guys are hyped, right? Their water garden. We planned this around things that we knew our students wanted to do. And we also thought of just, again, all of the endless post-secondary connections that will expose our students to new careers and new dreams. And so we're really excited. Thank you for sharing your 15-minute break with us, but I really am so glad I was able to share this information with you today.
Thank you so much. We're gonna take a really quick 5-minute break because we have a little bit of time, and then we'll be back at okay, actually, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Or she needs a mic. Oh, yeah, sure.
Good morning again, Timmy Lindsay, Anchor Leadership Solutions, Paulsboro, New Jersey. Thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering if you can go over the lead service line replacement again.
Sure.
My concern is twofold. Number one is ownership, who has it, because it is very easy for some people to say the homeowners own it, so it's on you. And then the second part is the time of 2031. That happens to be the same time that offshore wind anticipates being operational. And they anticipate a spike increase in the electric bills at first. So if we're anticipating cost increase in electricity at first, and then also the homeowner has to pay for their lead pipe replacement, that's going to be a huge financial burden on the homeowner.
Okay, good questions. So the way that the legislation was laid out was to address some of those concerns, because as you know, traditionally public dollars couldn't be spent on for private improvement, but the lead service line law actually addressed that, which allows for the utility to be able to utilize the costs from the homeowner side and address that. Additionally, all the funding packages that we have associated with, we have a whole piece that's particular for lead service lines, and the goal of that funding is to give principal forgiveness dollars specifically to water systems that serve disadvantaged communities. Disadvantage is the term that's used in the Safe Drinking Water Act, but we've tried to align those communities as best we can with the OBC community mapping as well. So there's a piece of that to reduce the cost or to have no cost to the homeowner. So one of the things that I would say is if you're looking at your utility is they also are required to have a lead service line replacement plan, and you can request that. And within that plan, they need to talk about how they're going to do their financing. And so they need to consider that. That's one of the things the department's requiring them to consider is what's the cost, and all the funding that we have specifically for lead service line replacement, because we have an actual line item in that intended use plan for lead service line replacement is meant to address the cost to the homeowner.
Great. Thank you. I'll definitely be
Yes,
following up
yes.
with you on that one. The second one, I know that your topic was mostly on drinking water, but we live right along the Delaware River.
Yes.
And
Bueno, entonces, nosotros
we still have the evaporation system, natural evaporation, and these things form into a vapor cloud. So, a lot of people come into the area like, what's that smell? It's is there any impact to us, that way? And is there any type of things that, the NJDEP does with regards to that, or does that fall into the air pollution?
That would probably
side?
fall into air pollution
Okay.
side. But what I would say, when you have those things, like you were describing the train derailment, when we know that there's a whole spill response that the Delaware River watershed has that ensures that if there's a drinking water like Delran treatment plant or Burlington City that's on the Delaware River and their intake is there, that they're notified. And then we reach out to them, ensure that they're sampling appropriately if there's any type of that type of an incident. And we have a whole emergency response that does it. But as far as the air piece, it's a little bit of like how Candace described, we're regulated a little bit by the different aspects. So that would be something that would come under the air program.
So you mentioned the Burlington and and Delran.
Yes.
Do they come back to Paulsboro and retest the waters or anything? Have they come back since that derailment?
So there was the Delaware River Basin Commission
Okay,
actually has
that.
an
was my-
ambient program
Gotcha.
where they sample all along the main stem of the Delaware. And then what utilities will be required to, and that impacted Philadelphia Water Department pretty significantly. If that's the one you're talking about, that incident.
The one that happened in Paulsboro in 2012.
Oh, no. So I'm sorry, I'm talking about something else.
No, the train, kind of like East Palestine, but no fire.
Oh, I
When
see.
that vinyl chloride actually spilled into our waters.
Okay.
And we had to evacuate the area, but we had like a 2-foot smog all over the area. First, they said it was no effect to us, but
Okay.
stomach, dizziness, headaches, everything. And,
Okay.
according to the mayor, they there was a payoff. And according to the mayor, they said no one had come back since then as far as remediation, follow-up, to
Okay.
see long-term illnesses or anything like that.
Okay, that's something we could probably take back. I'll talk to Candace. That's not what I was referring to. Sorry. So
Okay.
I thought you were referring to a different
No,
incident.
no.
Okay. But when there is an emergency response incident that might impact, just so you know, from the drinking water perspective, we have emergency response coordinators and we have mapping that we look at. And if we get notification of any type of spill into an area that feeds into a drinking water supply, we contact that utility, we reach out to them, we make sure they're monitoring, we make sure we look at that stuff. I don't know the particulars about that incident that you're describing, but we could always talk offline and wrap back around on it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning. First of all, I want to thank the New Jersey DEP for coming out. My name is Roy Jones, long-term environmental justice advocate in the city. So can we just talk? I have a question, but first, the origin of Camden water, where is that coming from?
Okay. So it's interesting. You're served by two different utilities in the city of Camden. So I believe it depends on where you're living.
Right.
And so it's they have a combined wells and some surface water. Because that's the other thing that our utilities a lot of times do is they may have their own sources, their own wells and their own things, but then they may have interconnections with other utilities. So you sometimes might have a mix.
Okay.
But I can walk you through offline how to
Yeah,
figure out exactly.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I didn't want to put you on the spot with
Yeah.
that, but I just want to bring up a point
Sure.
for Camden people. For many years, Camden people drank contaminated water for 22 years. And the origin of the water came from the Puchak well system, which is right at the border of Camden and Pennsauken. And so the really profound part of that was that Camden had a series of wells from the Puchak well system in Pennsauken, and several wells were on the State Street dump site, which is technically a Superfund site. So the water was coming from the well, from the Puchak well system, ended up at wells on the Superfund site, and then enters people's homes. So as a part of the work that we did, we kind of exposed that, but the state first alerted us through a health report. So the Puchak well system was closed down, all right? And then they moved to the Morris Delaire well system, right? And it's my understanding there's now even some issues with that. But my point is, we need to look further into this well system, whether the water is coming from the Morris Delaire well system and the quality of that water. So I will be talking with you about that. But I just want to make a point that the only way we knew, which goes to this notification issue, right? On this issue of the homeowners, lead line.
Yes.
I'm not certain people in the city are being communicated about that. And I'm not speaking about what the state is doing,
But what
but
the utility is doing.
exactly.
Right.
So we should contact the utility.
Sure. And then also, so especially I know they are participating, Camden Water Department is actually participating in the Lead Service Line Accelerator Program. That's a
Okay.
technical assistance program with EPA and DEP to help assist and get some of that outreach out. So I would love to talk about
Yeah.
ways that we can help do that, because that is a piece of it, is getting the public to know,
Yeah.
and then also sign up to participate. Because at some point you do have to get the person to give the right of access to connect the
Exactly.
new line to their meter.
Right.
And sometimes people don't want to give that access. So yeah,
So my point about that is I am not certain a lot of homeowners have been notified.
okay,
So we definitely have to talk about that.
yes,
How do we get this notification to people?
yes.
Very interesting information you guys brought to us this morning. Very important, but I'm certain that I'm very active, and you follow me? I didn't know.
Yeah. So
So-
that's why we're here. And
Right.
that's why it's great to hear that. And one
Right.
thing that I will share is the New Jersey legislation requires a water system to notify people of a known lead service line.
Right.
So if it's unknown in their inventory, the public isn't notified. But EPA's federal lead service line, federal lead and copper rule was revised. And starting in October, utilities will also have to notify you that they don't know. So there'll be a second piece of that saying, we have you as an unknown. So that's another touch point for people to say, hey, do I have lead? Where we're right now only capturing, we know it's lead. We want to tell you we know it's lead. And then there's some public outreach that's being done to help get the information, where this new requirement is going to require them to send you a letter and say, we don't know.
Right.
And that's a great piece too, so that you can, reach out to the utility.
Okay, so I'm gonna just end with that.
Yeah.
This is very important that we get this notice out. Our organization will help with that.
That'd be great.
But this issue of homeowners not even knowing
Yes.
this information, or that their home is not on the list of a lead system, that's a critical point that we
Agreed.
really have to address. So I'm glad I came out. And again, we want to thank the DEP for coming out to Camden. Thank
I'm
you.
glad you came out as well, and look forward to talking to you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for these questions. They're really great ones. If you don't have your question fully answered now, just want you to know that staff in my office, the Office of Environmental Justice, are taking notes of all the questions. And we'll either ask you directly for your contact info, or if you put your email on the sign-in sheet, we'll be able to follow up with you directly about anything we can't answer here. So next, I'm going to present Jennifer Moriarty, who will be talking about watershed and land use management. We didn't have like a bio break, so if any of you need to use the restroom or stretch or something, please feel free to do so. But we're going to move on to the next presentation now.
Perfect, thanks. We go like straight, so. Yeah, I don't want to go too far, but just a little bit more straight on. Okay. All right. Good, almost afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer Moriarty. I am the Director of the Division of Land Resource Protection at DEP. And before actually coming to DEP, I've been with the department for about 3 years. I worked at the Attorney General's office and handled a lot of counseling to DEP on their land use permitting. And as part of that, I just want to say I've seen firsthand how community engagement at an early stage in the permitting process really can change the outcome at the end of the day, and sometimes can change the design of a project to be more in line with what the community is looking for, and something that would service the community better. So what my division does is land use permitting. And so we permit development in environmentally sensitive areas all across our state. So the goal of my presentation today is first to give you an understanding of the resources that we regulate, so that you have an understanding of why do we care about them? Why are they important? They're more than just something pretty to look at or something you see in a park. Oftentimes they have really important public health benefits to preventing the destruction of those resources. And then once I've done that, I'm going to give a brief overview of some of the ways in which we notify the public about the developments that are being proposed in their community, and also how the community can participate in the permit review process. So the applications that we review in my division are centered on land resources. Primarily wetlands, those can be freshwater or coastal wetlands, flood hazard areas, and then permits for development in the coastal zone and the waterfront development areas. So first, a little bit about wetlands. These are areas that I guess at one point we used to call swamps and thought were wastelands. We now know a lot more about them. And they are areas that are often covered in water. And there's water at or near the surface. They have certain types of vegetation, certain types of soils, and wetlands are extremely important in our state. They're present in urban areas, rural areas, suburban areas, they're everywhere. They protect drinking water by filtering out chemicals, and pollutants and sediments that would otherwise contaminate water. They soak up runoff when we have heavy rains, so they can provide some level of flood storage as well. They provide habitat for endangered and threatened species and other wildlife. And of course, they just provide a really beautiful area to recreate. And here is a photo of a wetland. I'm not entirely sure where this is. I'm almost wondering if this might be Trenton. But you can see some of that vegetation and that it is a water inundated area. And here is just a picture of some coastal wetlands. It's another type of wetland, more, as the name implies, on the coast. And they can have a really important role in coastal resiliency, as well as all the other benefits that I went through just before. So for wetlands permitting, and actually all of the permitting we do, and you heard Candace reference this, our primary goal through our regulations is first and foremost, avoid the impacts to the resource. Where we are going to see some kind of an impact to the resource, minimize that impact. And after that, we look to mitigate the impacts that might be caused by permitting. So here's an example of where we undertook wetlands mitigation, or we had a developer undertake wetlands mitigation. And so what happens is the division takes the application in, we review it, we try to help the applicant design the project to avoid impacting wetlands. Sometimes they have to in order to develop. And we have a whole hierarchy in our regulations. If you are interested, I highly recommend that you go to DEP's website and you can go to the wetlands page and you can look at those regulations if you're interested in seeing. It's very technical. I myself don't have that technical background, and I rely on my staff, who are phenomenal, to take a really close look, go out to the site to see, you know, how can we possibly avoid these resources. And so during that review, they'll determine, all right, this is actually an impact that we can authorize to these wetlands. However, to offset that impact, you're going to either somewhere else on the site or off-site, but in the same watershed area, create wetlands or enhance wetlands that exist to try and do our very best to offset the overall environmental impact that occurs.
And so this is the before and after. In the first picture is what it looked like before. And then we were able to kind of have that applicant reconnect the wetlands to a stream to bring water back into the area. We also regulate permits for development in our coastal areas. That would be beaches and dunes, as well as coastal high hazard areas, which occur along the coast and primarily refers to areas that during a hurricane or severe storm would be exceptionally susceptible to impacts from that storm, wave run up, things like that. And we seek to limit impervious cover in these areas. And I'll get a little bit more into that later, but essentially replacing natural earth with development, parking lots, things where water can no longer infiltrate into the ground and runs off the site. So we're looking to try and minimize that to the greatest extent we can in these areas. Waterfront development is another type of permit that we issue. And we review these types of developments. This is a photo of Jersey City along the Hudson River. We're looking at resources, but here we are looking at development that actually extends over the water oftentimes. And so what we're really looking for, I think the key takeaway is safety in that situation. How is this development being built? Is it being elevated appropriately? Is the right type of development being put there? Should a residential development really be put in that location? Because it could be susceptible to flooding and other types of damage. So, you know, we have kind of in general, this idea that, you know, keep residential the most safe if you are a commercial development, while we want to make sure that you're developing responsibly. It's a little bit less of a public safety concern because you can close down a commercial development. It's a lot harder to close down, you know, a high-rise apartment building. So another thing I want to just touch on, which is incredibly near and dear to my heart and the department's heart in general, is public access. So in all of our coastal permits, waterfront development permits, something that my division looks at is whether or not the public's ability to access the water and its shores is being impeded by that development. Your right as the public to access tidal waters is fundamental. And I don't think a lot of people realize that, but there is law going back to Roman jurisprudence that says the public needs to be able to get here. We need to be able to recreate, swim, boat, fish, and that law still holds true today. So when my division is looking at a permit, something that we always want to make sure is that, okay, you're coming into Camden, you're developing a large commercial development, you know, right along the Delaware. And we want to make sure that now that public access could easily be closed off to the public, because a developer does not want the liability or the cost of having to create an area for the public to still access the water despite their building being there. And so our job is to help to fight against that from happening. And developers oftentimes are very receptive once we start to work with them. And we've gotten some wonderful public access projects out of this permit review process. But it's something, again, if you're a member of the public and you know that you've got access to a tidal waterway in your town, submit a public comment to make sure that the department hold us accountable. You know, make sure that we are taking a look at making sure that that public access is not impeded, or that the developer is going to do a public access project in your town that is important to the community. So for example, we just heard that Mastery High School in Camden is thinking about doing a park type of an improvement at the school to better access the water. That's the kind of thing where if an applicant is in with a permit, we're going to say, go to the town, talk to the city, and see where can this developer contribute funds to offset their impact to public access. And the city, knowing about this project, could recommend put some money to the Mastery High School project. They could use funding. And so we'd have the developer set aside that money to be used for a project like that in the community. So it's just something to be aware of and know that it's something you have the ability to comment on.
Okay, flood hazard areas. Generally speaking, a flood hazard area is land that lies at a lower elevation than an elevation that we use to regulate, which is called the flood hazard design flood elevation. So it's based upon where floodwaters would reach during a 100-year storm event. And so on this diagram, you can see the overall flood hazard area, and then right through the center is the floodway, and that we regulate the most stringently. So if a developer's coming in, we don't want anyone putting a building in the floodway. That is supposed to be reserved for floodwaters to flow through. And if there's development there, and that area is filled in, floodwater has nowhere else to go, there's your flooding in your community. So we try to really preserve that area. Then you also have the flood fringe, regulated a little bit less stringently, but that area also includes the riparian zone. And that is vegetation that actually really stabilizes that stream so that in a flooding event, the sides of the stream aren't collapsing in. And then again, you have an area where floodwater has nowhere else to go, and now it's in the community. And a riparian zone vegetation has the added benefit of helping to filter out pollutants from the water during a flood event before it goes into the floodway. Something that is also, again, near and dear to our hearts here is this idea of dry access, which it's a term that we use, but really what it means is, can you get to and from your development in a severe flooding event? And we've seen tragedies occur, particularly in urban areas, often in low-income areas, where there are these multi-residential buildings that are built in a place where maybe the building itself is not in a floodway and isn't going to get flooded, but the road coming in and out is, to the point where the residents in a flash flood like Ida aren't going to be able to get out safely. Emergency vehicles can't get in safely. And in that event, we saw deaths occur. And that's just not something that, we can abide. So something that we look at very closely is that idea. And I point this piece out because, again, it's something that a community can comment on. It's just kind of planting that seed that it's something you can be looking for. If you see that a multi-residential building is going up, because that's where we look at this the most closely. You could take a look at our mapping tools online and say, or just know, because you live in the community, this area floods. These roads are often flooded out. What are you doing, trying to put a building here where families are going to live? And then it'll be incumbent on the department to make sure that we are doing our closest review. And there are things that we can do. We can make them redirect a road, build a new road, elevate a road, change the development type to commercial so that you can just close it in that situation and people won't be stranded. So I just want to kind of plant that seed, put that out there. It's something that would be important for us to hear from the community. And as I mentioned before, this is just one of our tools. Again, you can just Google, and I'll always say, just Google it, work smarter, not harder. Go to the website. You'll be clicking around for 10 minutes before you find it. Google it, it'll pop right up. Just make sure it's nj.gov, dep.nj.gov before you go in and rely on the information. But if you just Google DEP flood indicator tool, this tool will pop up, and it's relatively new, but it's a great tool. It is not 100% accurate, but this will give you an idea. So if you see, this red dot that I've put on the map here is where we are right now, just as an example. And the different shading means different levels of flood risk are present on those sites. You can see the Cooper River to the right, Delaware River to the left. And obviously, as you go inland, the risk is less. But if you click on any particular site, you'll get a whole report that will give you what's the risk on this particular property for flooding. And so if you see an application come in, and I'll go into how you'll know that there's an application, and you go onto this tool and you see this is an area at risk for flooding, again, kind of tips you off like, oh, maybe my red flag should be going up and I should keep an eye on this one. See what they're proposing, make sure that the department is being held to their very high standard
of looking at this very, very closely. And we have great engineers. Couldn't even, hold a candle to any of them and my math abilities or engineering abilities, which are zero, but they have explained to me time and time again on these projects, we sit down, we have detailed conversations, how their engineering will show whether or not it's safe. And so there are ways that buildings can be constructed in these areas to be safe, but we got to make sure that that's happening, and that nothing is getting missed. Another important aspect of a lot of our permit reviews is stormwater management. So we have engineers who will review the amount of stormwater runoff, which refers to water from rain or snow melting that runs off of a property. It flows over lawns and parking lots and streets. And if a property is going from grass to now it's a building, that stormwater is no longer going directly into the ground. It's starting to flow through the town. And as it does that, it can pick up contaminants, pollutants, trash, things from pesticides that we put on our lawns to dog poop, all kinds of stuff, right? And that's going to wind up in our waterways. And so what the engineers on my staff do is make sure that when an application comes in, that developer is proposing measures which do exist to limit the amount of water that's going to come off of a site. And also to clean the water as it's coming off the site. So I guess, the prime example would be you see a big stormwater basin outside the mall, that big kind of lake looking thing. And that's where the stormwater is all going to collect, and then it can go through a pipe that will keep it cleaner as it goes into the waterway. Enforcement. So my division, in addition to doing the permitting, we also do the enforcement and compliance inspections on our permits that are issued. And so the main point I really want to drive home here is that you live in your community, you're the eyes, you are our eyes and ears. So a lot of times we don't know that there is somebody out there who's been excavating into a wetland and starting to dump fill, and they don't have a permit from us. But we'll get the public reaching out and saying, what's going on this lot? Can you guys go out and take a look? And so I have inspectors on my staff, and several other divisions throughout the department also have inspectors for their programs who will go out and take a look. They'll see if there's a permit. They'll see if there is a permit, if there's a condition that's not being complied with on the site. And then we can take that back. If there is a violation of environmental law or regulation that's happening, we will take action. And we will issue enforcement documentation to the property owner, and will ultimately seek to have the site restored to the condition that it was in before the violation occurred. More recently, the department has actually partnered with the Attorney General's office to specifically target overburdened communities in taking enforcement action. Historically, violators got away with more in those communities, and we're trying to put an end to that. And we've been filing several lawsuits. You can again Google it, environmental justice enforcement, and you can see a listing of all the lawsuits that we filed affirmatively to try and get some of these long-standing violations in overburdened communities corrected. Up here is just a kind of a screenshot of what you'll see, the DEP Warn hotline, but that's where you would go to make a complaint or report to us that you think there's a violation occurring. And it's right on DEP's homepage. But again, Google DEP Warn, NJDEP enforcement, it'll pop right up. And that's incredibly important. We do look at them. We have a team of people there to answer the phone. And it's really critical to us being able to effectively protect our resources. And also public access, just a plug there. If you see that there's a developer coming in or just a town who is restricting the public's ability to access water where they used to have access, report it to the hotline. And again, that's another area where, because our permits require public access to remain open, we can take action to make them reopen it. And that's happened from time to time. Okay, public participation. It's a big reason why we're here. So now that I've gone through the resources that we regulate, I do want to make abundantly clear that we, throughout the department, and I know firsthand in my division, take public comment and participation extremely seriously. We read every public comment that we get. And when we get a whole lot, we issue a written response to those comments to make sure that we're holding ourselves accountable to the public, and that if the public wants to see how we responded, they can. So the way that we notice that we've received an application, there are a couple of different ways. First is the NJDEP bulletin. So we publish in a bulletin, again, you can Google it, or you can even sign up to receive an email every time we publish it. It's bi-weekly. Information on when an application is submitted, when it's deemed complete for review, when it's issued. So, if you are just kind of looking to see what's going on in your community, this is a great resource. But again, it's when you kind of have to look through, check into it, and see what's going on. But it's a great way to take that first step into being involved in what's being proposed for development. We also send out mail notices, and we do newspaper notice as well for some developments, but we'll send out an actual letter to residents that live within 200 feet of a proposed development in a lot of cases. And so that's an even more direct means of giving that public notice. And this is just an example of a screenshot from the bulletin. But what it does is once the bulletin notice goes up and you've decided I'm interested in this application, you can check back when you see that it's complete. We'll also post this kind of a notice, which has links embedded in it that show you how and where and when you can submit your public comment. It's all right there. It's typically a 30-day public comment period that begins when we publish notice in the bulletin. And if you're interested in submitting public comments, but you don't know enough about the project, you can submit an Open Public Records Act request to get that information. And if you're not sure how to do that, you can always reach out directly to the project reviewer, who will be listed in Data Miner, as Candace was describing in the beginning. We have our Data Miner tool, which is extremely helpful. So if you already know, you saw the bulletin notice, you know that you want to comment on this, you want to be involved every step of the way, our Data Miner will actually take you through what's happening on a day-to-day basis in our permit review. So the project reviewer is so-and-so, and then it'll say they transmitted this application to our Threatened and Endangered Species Unit for their comment. They sent it to our stormwater engineers for their comment. And so you can see how it's progressing and get an idea of how close are we getting here to this permit application being a decision being made. And it'll help you with being able to reach out directly to someone who can help you kind of navigate how to be involved and how to participate. All right. So this is just, an example of land use permitting in the city of Camden. If you live in the city, you're probably familiar with the Creamer Hill Waterfront Park. This used to be the Harrison Avenue landfill, and it was never properly capped or officially closed. The department actually worked internally. So our Office of Natural Resource Restoration partnered to help develop this park. But as a part of that process, the Division of Land Resource Protection issued several permits. A waterfront development permit, flood hazard permit, wetlands permit. And part of that was also reviewing the closure of the landfill and whether or not the placement of buildings there was the appropriate way to cap that landfill. So, a lot goes into that. And that's an area where if you're a resident of Camden, you can be saying, well, you're doing all this. why don't we get some shoreline stabilization out of it? How about somewhere where we can kind of like walk around and recreate as part of this? And we'll take all of that into account. And just a quick, as an example, I went through some of our comment response documents that we do have in our database, just to give you an idea, like Candace was saying, you know, you try to cater the comment to what we actually regulate within DEP, but don't be daunted by the idea that, like, I'm not a scientist, you know, I'm not an engineer. How am I going to say something that's actually going to be helpful? Like, you know, it can be a little bit intimidating. But, you know, here's an example. This was a warehouse project up in North Jersey, and we got a lot of comments that were as simple as, we already have a problem with stormwater. There's flooding all the time during storms. This one's just going to make it worse. And so, no, that's not deeply technical, but that's the kind of anecdotal information that the people who are living in the town know, and can make us aware of. And of course, you know, in this case, we knew that. We were working very closely with this developer. And frankly, I think they, you know, were very annoyed with us because we went back and forth with them about 50 times on how are you going to manage the stormwater on this site? If you don't show us that you're going to be able to manage the amount and the quality of the water coming off this site, we're not going to be able to approve this permit. And ultimately, you know, we did issue the permit for this one, but only upon a very thorough engineering review. And we did issue a response because, no, we can't always deny a permit based on the comments, but we have a responsibility to explain to the public why, if we aren't able to do that, or why their concern isn't going to actually happen because of the review that we've done. And so our engineer put together a response explaining how they calculated what the runoff would be. And there was more comments that went into some detail about the type of stormwater management that was being put in on the site and explaining, you know, the kind of the mechanics of how that would work. Another one, same thing. And then just a clarification, which Candace also touched on earlier, that the public process that I'm talking about only happens after, if we're talking about a facility type in an overburdened community that triggers the EJ law, we're not looking at this application until there's already been an environmental justice decision made that it can even come to us. And so you're already going to have the opportunity for, on like a facility wide basis, and Candace talked about the trucks and all the other impacts beyond just you're filling a wetland that could impact the community. That's all going to already have been looked at. And we might be putting special conditions in any permit that we do issue to address those. So there's already going to be that extended public comment period. There's already going to have been a local hearing that's been done by the applicant. And important just to note that, again, if you Google NJDEP Environmental Justice, you could sign up to get email notice for any applications that do come in within your community if you're in an overburdened community. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to say on this. No. So that is all I have. I hope that this was, you know, a helpful backdrop. And again, you know, don't be intimidated if you don't have a science or engineering background. You don't need it. Just have an idea of what it is that we regulate. Give us the anecdotes from your community about those resources and why you care about them. And we will be taking them into account.
Hi, thank you, Jennifer, for your presentation. So I have two questions. Again, Timmy Lindsay, Anchor Leadership Solutions, Paulsboro, New Jersey. With regards to the flood hazard areas, you mentioned that, you know, that you have like flood plains and you're able to look on the map and kind of see these flood areas. Two parts. Number one is, when you see these areas, do you have a mining piece that can see, like you were talking about the 100-year storm? how far back can you go to see like the change in the flooding, like how much it has risen by? Like to see the increase, like when, like, you know, the aggregate, like when you
Yeah.
expect it to
I'm
be.
not sure if it actually goes into the amount that it's risen. It's going to
Mhm.
be based on the most recent precipitation data and
Right.
and take into account sea level rise.
Right.
So there's a very detailed report that is printed out if you do put in the site
Right.
information,
Mhm.
but I don't know that it's going to give you like a history.
Right, like for
It's
planning
more of a
purposes, if
current.
you were to project, like, say by like 2050, like,
Oh.
you know, this is going to be increasing, like we've
Mhm,
seen
mhm.
patterns of increase. So like if somebody were to do a development or a redevelopment of an area in an overburdened community, it may not be the best area to select based on the historic rise, the sea level rise.
Right, right. We also have the flood mapper tool. So
Okay.
there's two different tools, and the flood mapper will give you more of that type of information that you're talking about. Yep.
And then you mentioned that if it does look like it's a flooding level, you said that we'll turn it over to the commercial area. So, and I kind of get what you're saying, but like in an overburdened community, we're also trying to attract
Yes.
businesses. And the businesses may not want to see it or come there because of the floodplains. Is it the business's responsibility to mitigate that, to bring, you know, to bring up their level so it's not a flooding impact, or does?
Well, and I'm kind of referring to that more in the case where it's a dry access issue and it's access to the site that we're worried about. And again, this is just one option that we have as we're kind of going through this negotiation with the applicant.
Mhm.
Hey, did you ever think about doing commercial here?
Right.
And a lot of times they'll say, no, that's not what we want to do.
Yeah.
But that's more because those types of facilities have the ability to close and you can evacuate people from them before a
Mhm.
storm happens. So, you know, we definitely understand. And if it's something that a community needed was that commercial, you know, to attract businesses,
Right.
it would be incumbent upon the business to make sure that they are elevating. But then in that case, we wouldn't necessarily deny the permit based on the dry access issue either.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I can.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, right. So part of what, and what Candace was just kind of cueing me for was we do have the inland flood protection rule that was proposed, at this point 2 years ago. And it's now adopted, it's effective, and it takes into account the, increased precipitation in a lot of these areas. And so as a developer's coming in, they're going to have to comply with those new rules and those higher standards anyway.
Okay.
Hopefully I'm answering your question, but
Yeah,
if not,
I'll
can
try and grab you during lunch. Yeah.
yep, or absolutely email me
Yeah.
or call me. Happy to talk through it.
All right. And then my last question is, it's a compliance issue. And again, this is like evolving over time.
Mhm.
And I've always been curious about this. When new developments come in and build on existing infrastructure, stormwater per se, you have the old pipes, you know, drain, you know, pipes and everything under the roads and stuff. And then you have new developments coming in. So there's more use or a larger volume. Thank you, coming in, that's coming in using the existing. So you were talking about backups and, you know, overflows or whatever
Yeah.
there is. Is there a compliance, excuse me, is there a compliance to that? Like where, you know, the county or the municipality is required to increase that flow to allow for more volume to go through?
I think that if that's something that where there is an increased flow now being, you know, directed through a stormwater best management practice type of a mechanism, that I would suggest calling it into the DEP warrant hotline. There may or may not be a permit condition that we could then invoke to say, no, you were only authorized for this amount of water to be coming off of the site. And now you're increasing, and therefore you need to come in and we need to do a full permit review. You
Okay.
can't just,
Or
change
even-
the use in that way.
Or even updating, like,
Mhm.
hey, the last time that we looked at the stormwater review was like in 1948. Like, we need to review the stormwater system. Like, do you review those types of things?
So that like overall stormwater review is going to be outside of my purview,
Okay.
and there's like a stormwater engineering unit within a different division that would
Okay.
look at that.
All right.
But if you have those questions, if you want to send them to me or to Candace, we'll get you in touch and we can have a, more robust conversation.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to stumble my way through with maybe an answer to address what Timmy is saying. So yes, we do have stormwater regulations for which there are stormwater permits that are issued to commercial and educational institutions, but also to municipalities through either what's called an MS4 permit, a municipal separate storm sewer permit, or a combined sewer overflow permit, depending upon whether or not the municipality has separate storm sewers or combined storm sewers. That permit will tell the municipality how much they can discharge into a waterway. So that's on the public municipal side. On the private side, developers have to capture and retain stormwater. Those requirements are listed through the stormwater rules. They have to retain stormwater on site. And that is through, Jim was referring to stormwater management best practices. So that can be gray infrastructure like a tank, or it can be green infrastructure like a rain garden. So those requirements have been updated recently, or will be, through NJ Pact, which is like a agency-wide regulatory look at how we can adapt our regulations to include climate change and resilience. So those requirements that developers will have to do to add green or gray infrastructure to retain stormwater will be in those stormwater rules. So I encourage you to look at that, because I think that's the source of your question. Also, the stormwater rules will require green infrastructure, so developers have to do that. But the threshold and the trigger is based on a certain threshold. So will be a certain development of X amount of square feet. So it's not like homeowner by homeowner necessarily, unless you have really large house. And then lastly, a point about like the volume you were saying of the sewer system itself. I don't know. And I don't believe that there are requirements in the stormwater rules for the utility to be resizing the pipes to allow for more water. It's not, the requirements are not on that side. It's on the developer side to prevent water from going into the storm sewer system. So unfortunately, we have old infrastructure in New Jersey. The size of our pipes might remain the same. If there is someone is ripping up the road to replace a water main break or replace a pipe, that would be either the local government or the utility that's doing that, not necessarily the DEP forcing us to do that, to like resize and expand. But the DEP is requiring municipalities to have combined sewer systems to consider separating them, which could add to the volume. So I hope that helps. Any other questions? How much time? Yes, please. Janice.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm Janice Roots from Salem, New Jersey. And I have kind of, I guess it's a personal question, I don't know, but it has to do with rainwater and storm runoff in the community of Salem. There's something very dangerous going on here. There's one street in Salem where there is some kind of a broken pump system. I don't know exactly what you call it, but it's a pump system that is no longer working. One resident contacted a commissioner, a county commissioner, to find out what can be done. And that commissioner contacted somebody that is with the county. I think her name is Jolynn Mitchell. I'm not really sure if you're familiar with this, but Vince, do you know Vince?
Vince Mazzei?
No, Vince Caligula. Yes, yes. So he knows about this problem. So the homeowners, there's like a stream of them just complaining about their water, their backyards being just totally flooded. And somehow the email complaints came to me because they know that I'm not afraid of anybody and I'll speak up. So I went and knocked on this person's door because I could not fathom or even conceive in my mind like what this could look like. I mean, my backyard floods a little bit, but I went to this person's house and I'm not even any longer concerned about the property as much as I am concerned about a little child going back in this backyard and dying. You literally cannot see the ground. It is a lake. There is no fence. And the person at the there's a roach right there. The person, I'm sorry, I just didn't want to call on you. The person at the county notified the municipality that this pump station or this pump facility is now flashing red lights. So it's something, when you see flashing red lights, you have to do something about it. But this has been going on for years and years and years and years. And like I said, when I asked the homeowner if I could see what was going on, he told me it was too dangerous for me to go back there. But then he showed me drone video. And I'm going to tell you, it was like his house was sitting in the middle of an ocean. So what is the process? Because obviously the municipality is not taking any action. They're saying that they're going to do, whatever, but obviously that they're not doing it. And the pump is on city property. So I'm really concerned about somebody's child going, just a curious child going back there, engaging with this lake, with this unprotected lake now, and drowning. And I would hate for somebody for an agency to, get involved only because somebody's child drowned when we know about this and maybe there's something that could be done. I don't know if you guys have some kind of authority to make sure this is addressed.
Something you think that we would direct to LGA for help? I think the first step, Janice, is if you just tell us the address of this location.
I'll send you the email.
Then we can look it up in our database. Then we can figure out, like, we can try to locate the pump and we can just see what's going on and who owns it. Or you said the city owns it.
The city owns it, and the county.
Okay.
And what was happening was the county was very clear about the city just refusing to take care of this pump. So the county has been directing their resources over the years to clear out whatever needs to be cleared out so that this pump could work.
Yeah.
But now the pump is just so broken, and the lady from the county, her name is Jolynn Mitchell, she said, we can no longer, direct resources towards this because it's not our area, and now the pump is broken, and now we're concerned about lives being lost.
Maybe like a seat.
Anyway, that's what I had to say.
But I would get the information. Yeah, let's get the information and we'll do some digging. Yep. We'll do some digging. Okay. Yes, please. So the people online can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I am Carmen Estrada and I live in Deptford. And so therefore, I'm here because I've been I've complained 1,000 times. And when she said the water, I have the same problem. I get a river from Delsey Drive into my property. I recently purchased even stone and raised, but all the water, I'm like near a storm right on Delsey Drive. And I go to the township, they tell me, go to the state. I complain to the politicians, but the politicians send some kind of aid. I haven't heard from them. The problem's still there. And then worst of all, I've lived in there for 41 years, 41 as a renter, 40 as an owner. And the north house was purchased by one of these contractors that bid on properties. And they altered the topography in such a manner they cut all the trees that absorb the water. My deed says free waterway, but now the contractors got 7 standing cars that they never get used, trash that he brings from the homes that he does. And so he puts tarps on the ground. So the topography is being altered in such a way that the water comes from his land into the back of my garage. My garage never got wet. Now water is going and it's traveling towards that water with all the pollution and all the car grease and whatever is going right into the free waterway. Well, eventually it's going to impact the environment. And that is very, very important because my hands don't use chemicals on the ground. I like planting. I have my vegetables and my fruits that I eat and I share with other people. So do the environmental protection can get involved directly so that I can have, or at least deal with someone that will take the issue into their hands. And I have a phone with pictures that you wouldn't believe. And I could develop them from my phone and send them to that person. Unlucky me, it rains at night. So I've not been able to take all I have to do is wake up to the river in my yard.
Yeah.
And now it's going into my basement. My sump pump is not fast enough. And south of my home, I have a river with algae right on my lawn. So, can you direct me to someone that will begin? By the way, I'm 81 years old and I still have a lot of brain, but not a lot of strength. And so I don't clean Delsey Drive anymore. And when this happens, I cut the lawn, I try to rechannel the water, but it is too much water now. For some reason, the traffic, the alteration of they toppled trees, there is no, the gutters are clogged, so the water doesn't have no place to go but my yard.
So I think if you, did you make a complaint yet to the DEP warrant hotline?
Complain to the township.
Mhm.
I'm going there Monday again, once I develop my little pictures. But they said, I never asked them for the written complaint copy. I only have one. But nothing, I'm sorry, I'm not used to microphones. I really need to begin a process that I can get a resolution.
So, and that's why I think if you definitely continue down the path that you're going, also use that DEP hotline and report it. For me, personally, from Land Resource Protection, my division, there might not be anything we can do unless the disturbance that's happening is in one of those regulated areas that I was talking about, but impacts to the waterway might be something that another division's enforcement or water enforcement could take a look at. So there's a many different avenues in the department where we might be able to help, but the first step is to make that complaint to the hotline so that we can direct it to the right people.
I thank you. Thank you for the time and thank you for listening. But I would like to get involved if anybody needs me. I was a social worker for the state of Pennsylvania for 29 years. And therefore, I helped people in the past and now I need help. I thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. And please email us those pictures. That might be helpful. Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch. It's not too many of you all, so I don't think we need to do like a system of table by table, just grab up and grab lunch. Do you want? Okay, so we have scheduled 60 minutes, a full hour for lunch, but I have two options for you all. You can grab your lunch and we can give you 15 minutes, 20 minutes to eat, and we can keep going and have our next presenter to present and get you out of here sooner, or we can give you the full 60 minutes for lunch. So I'm getting some head nods, so we want to keep going, please. Okay, so how about we take about 20 minutes just to grab the lunch, give Danny, our next presenter, some time to eat lunch himself, and then we'll just keep going. Okay, so for those of you online, please feel free to get your lunch, and we'll get started maybe around 1:15 for the next presentation. So if you're online, please return at around 1:15.
And just a reminder, restrooms are down the hall. So if you go this way to the end of the hall and then make a right, you'll see the restrooms on the left and right at the before the next turn or after the next turn. Hi all. We have about 5 more minutes and then we're gonna restart. So feel free to take seconds and use a bathroom or get settled back in so we can start at 1:15. Hi, everyone. So we're going to go on to our next and final presentation. This will be on air permitting. So Danny Wong, I'd like to introduce Danny Wong, who will be giving it.
Good afternoon. My name's Danny Wong. I'm Bureau Chief of Stationary Sources, or most people know it as air permitting. And I'm here to provide you some information on how we do air permits and how to get involved from a public involvement standpoint. So just to share a little bit about what our authority comes from, it's from one, the statute, and two, the rules. I think some of what I'm going to talk about will overlap with what the previous presenters have talked about, especially with Candace. I do work with her a lot on EJ activities, the environmental justice issues. So for authority, we have the New Jersey Air Pollution Control Act, which then requires the department to adopt rules. And then the other authority that we work under is for certain items is the environmental justice law and the associate rules. Then from a federal standpoint or national standpoint, we have the Federal Clean Air Act, and then the sets of rules that US EPA adopted that applies to the entire country. So what needs an air permit? Basically any stationary source that has air potential to emit air emissions. And so if you have a boiler or a engine or a process where you are doing something and there's emissions, you possibly might need an air permit. And the key phrase here is stationary. We don't permit mobile sources. That's done through rules, and that's more mostly at a federal level, but then the state does have some leeway to adopt rules to require some additional stringency to the federal requirements. So what kind of air contaminants are we talking about? So what we have what we call is the criteria pollutants and their precursors. So these are your carbon monoxide, particulate matters, oxides of nitrogen, sulfur dioxide, volatile organic compounds, and lead. And why are they called criteria pollutants? They are established in the Federal Clean Air Act, and they have national ambient air quality standards. And a lot of times you've heard, oh, New Jersey's air isn't good because it's above certain standard. Well, that's the standard that we're talking about. So these contaminants are born out of that requirement. Now we have a second set of air contaminants that we deal with, which are toxic substances and hazardous air pollutants. And they are in one of our sets of rules, which we normally term subchapter 17, and there's over 180 different contaminants in there. So I didn't list them in here. If you ever were curious what they were, I can always give you the link and to the rule and you can find it there. But they include things like benzene, toluene, substances that are actually in gasoline. We have, I think, ethylbenzene is in there. So a whole host of them. The heavy metals, chromium, nickel, lead, also on that list. So what kind of facilities do we normally permit? These are stationary sources. Again, we split them into two separate types because there's separate requirements for the two categories. One is what we call major facilities. These are the much larger facilities that are required to have what we call a Title V permit, and that's a national program from the federal government. And then we have the non-major facilities, which are small enough that they don't trigger into Title V, and those are these smaller sources. So I've listed some of them there. Your major facilities include power plants, your refineries, the bulk terminals. If you ever drive up the Turnpike exit 13, I believe, around there, you see multiple of these types of facilities. There's a power plant, there's a refinery, and then there's a bulk terminal just right there. And then landfill is a major facility, wastewater treatment, and then you've got the waste to energy plants or incinerators, municipal waste incinerators, and then large manufacturers. On your smaller side, you've got gas stations. They need a permit. Dry cleaners, hospitals, cannabis processing facilities, this is somewhat new, but we've actually had to permit a few of them. Data centers, because they do have engines they use for emergency, and then small manufacturers. So this is just so this is just some picture of what the types of facilities might look like. You've got on the top right, that could be like a power plant with a big stack. Then you have on the top left, you have the refinery and some of the storage tanks. And then on the bottom is a wastewater treatment facility. Top picture is a landfill. You've got gas station on the bottom left, and then on there, it's just big buildings. So big buildings, what they have boilers, they have emergency generators. And if these are hospitals, now they have probably other equipment that they use on site. So getting involved in commenting on air permits, there's two parts of it. The first part is for those that are, as Candace had talked about, that trigger the environmental justice rules. There's 3 triggers, and once you trigger them, the community can comment on them at the very beginning of the process, even before we start our internal review of the air permit. And so that part of it is run by our Office of Permitting and Project Navigation. And Candace have brought this up. They have to do an EJ impact statement. Basically, what that means is that piece of it has to cover not only air, it has to cover trucks, it has to cover land use, whatever else this project triggers. And then there's a public meeting that's held by the facility, but the department is there to oversee it. So I think what the EJ rule allows the air program to do is, before the EJ rule, what I can say is we're a little more siloed because our authority was the air rules, the air statute. And so we had to abide for, make sure everything in those rules were in the permit. Now, with the umbrella of the EJ rule, it allows us to be a little more looking into other pieces. And if there's a piece that the air rule doesn't cover, then the EJ rule allows us to require special conditions that we can now put into our air rule that we never had the authority to do before. So it all comes down to what's in the rule. If the rule says we can do it, the department's gonna do it. So that's the first step of getting involved in EJ projects. And if it's not an EJ project, you still have the air rules side where we do have a public process. And that part happens whether or not it's EJ. So again, for major facilities, there we do have a mandatory public comment period. The public hearing is by request only. So if someone sees the public comment period and wants a hearing, can make the request, and then we'll go schedule one. For the minor facility, both the public comment period and the public hearing are by request. So if we don't get a request, then we don't have one. And I'll show a little more about some of our new reporting that allows people to track these minor facilities better. And then we have the general permits. Candace had talked about how the general permit works. in air for general permits, we have to go through it similar to like a rule adoption. We have to have a public process, then do a response to comment document, and then come back and finalize it. Then even after that, we have forms that they have to fill and submit to us and pay the fee for. So that until they fill it out and pay for it, they can't get the permit. And for the public process here's the general permits. For the public process of the general permit, it's done at the creation development of the general permit, because we call these kind of the CALEC of permit. They are restrictive. So for example, dry cleaners, they cannot use hazardous chemical. They cannot use, including PERC. And if it's VOC, it has to be below a certain amount. So we put them in these, we put fences around them in the permit that keeps them so that they don't adversely impact the community. You comment on them during the development phase, and once that the GP is adopted, there's no case-by-case review, unlike the other permits where we'll have their individual comment and commenting period. Types of sources that air permits have for general permits are gas stations, emergency generators, silos, small, medium boilers, non-HAP dry cleaners, and non-HAP degreasers, and then R&D, the research and development. Yes, yes. How do you know that? So what they have. Oh, okay. So the question is, how do we know they are complying with the permit if there's no permit review? So again, the permit is quite stringent. That's why they're general permits. And for compliance part, we have a separate division called Division of Air Enforcement. And those inspectors go out occasionally on these, and to make sure if it has a general permit, there's provisions in their conditions they have to meet. And if the facility does not meet all those conditions, or let's say you have to keep records of how much fuel use you have. And if the facility can't give that to them, that's a violation, and they would write them up for it. So commenting on the other permits that are not the general permits, the air, I'm talking about the air rules process. I'm not gonna go into the EJ part because there's a previous recording of this, so I just stick to the air rule part. So requesting comment period. Again, with the major facilities, we automatically have a 30-day comment period. Whether if someone requests a hearing, then we can schedule one. So the permit then on your request, you can provide what is it that you want the comment period, and why you want the hearing, so that we at least have a reason to justify why we're holding the hearing. And I have the email right there on contacting if there's no contact. And later I'll have a screenshot of the page where some of this information is. There's actually individual names and emails that you can contact for those particular permits. But in case there isn't, here's a general email you can contact. AQPPLS at dep.nj.gov. And I believe this, everyone's gonna have a copy of this, so you'll have that information. So for effective comments, I think Candace and Jennifer and Trish covered it all, is just be specific. If you provide, what is it specifically that you want or comment on? If it's dust, okay, there's dust issues that happens every night or it only happens during the nighttime, so inspectors never see it. So if you can give us more specifics, then we can address it better as far as the permit review is concerned. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. We have a couple of scrap yards that are in the city of Newark, specifically around the area that we have adopted to kind of take care of. And we're not even sure if they even go or abide by any of the air rules. So with that email, should we send the email of our concerns and saying, hey, there's a threat to the park that we kind of are the conservancy for? Is this impacting us? Is, something that they should be monitored at? Because the scrap is, I think like 2 years ago, it was a fire down the street. I literally was standing at the fire department and had to knock on the door just to get the attention to get it kind of doused.
This is in Camden?
No, this is in Newark, New Jersey. So we have a few like pop-up scrap yards that are just impacting us in a negative way.
Yeah, I know of scrap yards in Newark and not Newark, Jersey City and here in Camden. The ones in New York, probably like you said, they pop up. What you can do is call the 1877 Warren DEP number.
Okay.
And just reports that you see this operations there. You're not sure if they have permits, but you see dust, you see there's odors coming from it.
Right.
And they'll send an inspector from the Division of Air Enforcement out to do an inspection. Sometimes they contract the local health department to do it. So it might be a health department person coming out.
Okay, thank you.
1877 Warren DEP. And it's online, and I can't tell you what the Warren DEP actually comes out to. But if you go online, if you see that under there, it actually has the number set.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a quick question about the Warren. I don't know if you might not be the appropriate person to answer. But I'm a person in my community. Everybody calls me. And so I got a call from one of the city workers, I'll just say city worker, who knew that his department was dumping raw sewage into our waterways, into our groundwater. And he said that so far that he knew that they had dumped 30,000 gallons of raw sewage. So I did a report, Warren DEP, and nothing. So I don't know what the process is, but I know nothing was done because I've heard back from that person. They haven't seen anybody, and I was very specific in my complaint. And this started right around the time. Do you remember there was fecal matter in the waters in Cape May and floating into Atlantic City? I think that was like last summer. And I'm like, okay, well, I know where it's coming from. So do you know what the process is? Is there?
My understanding, it goes to a general calling center, and then depending on the if it's air, if it's water, it gets routed to those enforcement.
Do they really pay attention to it though?
We do. We do. We have to, it's actually tracked. There's a track. Yeah, there's a tracking to it. I personally don't deal with it, so I'm not as familiar.
Well, that's why I
with
said
it,
I wasn't sure
but,
if you were the right person.
I've talked to our air enforcement. They say they can literally run a report and find each incident reported.
Okay.
don't know if it's public or not.
I don't know either whether it's public, but if you have the incident number and you give it to us, we can let you know the
Okay.
status of it. I don't know that we make incident numbers of everyone's case public.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Air monitor.
So let me finish with her question, Janice's question first. So Janice, when you report, did they give you an incident number?
I'm sure they did. I may not have paid attention to it because I did it online.
Okay.
And so I'll have to check back
Yeah.
into my email, but would it also be appropriate to report the neighborhood paint shop?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's
Because
something
we definitely have a neighborhood paint shop that's not licensed, permitted or anything, and it's for everybody.
If it's something that has to do with any
Yeah.
of the regulations within the department,
Okay.
an inspector would actually go out, and actually for paint shops, if they're doing spray painting, booths, especially like
No, it's not a booth. It's just at a house.
just a house, then basically an inspector would come out there
Okay.
and take a look.
All right. Thank you.
The only issue is if it's residential, our inspectors, if they're doing it as a business on residential, I'm not as sure of how our inspectors actually deal with those. But if they're doing spray painting on parts and stuff, they do need an air permit. Yeah, exactly. They do need an air permit. And I think this lady had a question. You finished? Okay. Sure. Can you please use the mic?
My question is, could you walk us through a protocol as someone actually makes a call, we get a tracking number? How does it really go?
So I will try to answer it as much as I understand it because I personally don't deal with it. You call in and you describe what's going on. They'll take your name, your information, and they should give you an incident number. And once that's reported, that gets sent back to our office the air goes to the air enforcement division, the water goes to a water group, and if it's land use, it's land use group. And from there, depending on if from the air perspective, if our air division, the enforcement division has a contract with the local health department, then the health department. If not, our inspector will personally go out.
Okay, so I do have a follow-up question to that. We did call a few years ago about a school that was not being demolished, but was being remodeled. And they was tossing the asbestos out of the window into the trash can. We was told by the DEP to contact the health department, but then it came back as it's supposed to have been a level 3 friable. And now we're looking at a lot of high cases of cancer, stomach cancer. So how do we go about getting a study to see why a lot of our residents are now suffering from cancer? And there's a lot of demolition that is not going by permits. So we have an area that's adjacent to his district, Jedi's, that has an illegal landfill. We called the DEP. The DEP did not say anything, didn't do anything. So we had to call the mayor, and we actually had to have it shut down. And come to find out, this person didn't have no permit. He has had, and I got pictures of it too. It's still there. There's all type of contaminants, and this is a potential hazard of air pollution, which is going to follow into your department, because if it catches on fire, now we have more pollution if they're not air. How are we going to deal with this particular situation? Because I'm going to give you the report, and I'm going to actually file it again. But we want to have some concrete issues because this is next to a park. So that means every child that we bring into the park, they're still breathing whatever contaminants that's across the street in this park. Next to it is scrap metals. So now we're getting the scrap metal pieces flying because they got to break up these materials. That's flying into the park. We have had these conversations since 2010. And then we want to see something concrete from the DEP to make sure that these issues are not just being pushed to the side. Right?
Not only that, that park, and he has the data as far as how many people per day or per year visit that park, let alone the community that surrounds that park. And we're still dealing with these issues. So EPA, DEP, whatever it is, you know, we just need resolution and help. And you know, now that we're here, you know, we have some contacts, but you know, we just want to be provided the necessary and pertinent information to resolve our matters.
Okay. So as far as if you reported to the 18771 DEP, if you have the incident number, provide it to us, we'll go track it down and see what came upon with that report. The other thing you can do, you say you have stuff that you can email me. My contact information is at the very end. So you can just email it to me and I'll forward it to our air enforcement to see if they have looked into this before. As far as a study on cancer, that's something I don't have authority to say we get to a study. It's
So I do want to follow up to your statement though. The state has been paying organizations that's supposed to be environmental justice and all these different groups, right, for the South Ward of Newark. It's going to go further because I'm going to actually put in a request for a meeting of all of these different groups that's supposed to be handling these situations. I shouldn't have to, as our organization, go into a different category that we haven't been studying. And now all of a sudden we have to do all of these different cleanups when governmental funds and taxpayer dollars have been dispersed to all of these different environmental groups. So it's going to go further, even if I have to take it to the Attorney General's office, because I feel right now that it's a money shove because these organizations do not come to the community. They say that they represent the community and all we see is meetings. When are we going to see concrete environmental foot on ground work? We've been doing a lot of the work within our community without taxpayer dollars. But now we don't know what we've been touching. You have trained all of these different people with capacity building training since when, Jedi? 2010? Been more than that. Is this just a meeting that we coming to, you're gonna talk to us, or is it gonna be something concrete that we get to see all of these different individuals? And we do know that the federal government has put billions of dollars into environmental. So all of these people now are running around trying to act like they're environmentalists, but they're not. Some of them don't even know how to grow grass. Okay? Or nor do they leave their office. So it's going to go further because we already have a county meeting coming up on what, Tuesday? About our park. We've been cleaning this park up for years. And then your environmentalists who go into all your meetings, speaking on behalf of the South Ward of Newark, are not even in the community. So what is your vetting process to say who is doing what, how are they doing it, what groups they've been working with, what residents they've been talking to, and what are they doing that's helping the community? These people was even afraid to come out during COVID to give out food. But now all of a sudden they're food experts. I want some concrete answers.
Basically, we're just looking for accountability. If funds are given out, you know, or allocation of funds from the state, from federal government, or is given out. We just need accountability and resolution to, things that we're not getting. On paper, it says, yeah, we're getting it, but when you come to the neighborhood, it's apparent that we're not getting it.
Yeah, another example. Port Authority Airport, Part 150. It was 3 people there. That was the airport, air pollution, noise pollution. Where was these groups at? I'm 1, that's 2, that's 3. I want to know.
So what I'm going to ask us to do is to allow Danny to continue, and I'll give you some wrap-up thoughts at the end. Okay.
Hi, of course I had a question. So with regards to refineries, of course, we have ExxonMobil and all other types of refineries near right next to Paulsboro, overflowing into Paulsboro. As the greenhouse effects and everything are, really involving our air pollution and everything else, what is New Jersey, or is it the federal levels that is requiring them to decrease by a certain year? And how do those reports come out to the overburdened communities that are affected by those?
I'll try to answer where I can, because a lot of these have to deal with, we have a separate group on that does greenhouse gas. My understanding is there is some federal rules on certain sources. I don't recall if it includes refineries. State rules, right now, the ones I do remember first is making power plants meet a certain greenhouse gas level. It hasn't gotten to my understanding. That rule that was adopted either last year or the year before does not address the refineries yet. I understand that we are looking into what other sources we would include, but that's still, my understanding is preliminary, so really can't give you any concrete answer on that one. Right. All right, so next one. Additional public engagement. We've been involved with, from an engagement standpoint, myself and I have been involved, and others have been involved in the Camden Collaborative Initiative. They have, I think, monthly meetings or quarterly meetings. And then the other one is the Ironbound Community Corporation. That one, they don't have regular meetings, but what they do have is if they have questions on a permit, they come in and I'm open, and we've had meetings with them to, if they have a question on a permit, how certain things are worded, what does this mean? We'll say, okay, provide us your list of questions, and then we'll have an hour and a half, 2-hour meeting to go hash through what the permit itself is saying, what's it's requiring, what's not in there, and then so that it informs the community of what kind of comment they want to make on that permit.
When it comes, I'm just seeing the 2 names as examples. Are they the only 2 in I guess, in New Jersey that you're working with, or is the list more expansive? Because I just noticed one name, which is in Newark, but it doesn't necessarily reflect the entire city. Well, that's just one ward or one group that just has questions. So that means it's a whole slew of people that are just MIA from the conversation or discussion. So I'm just curious, how does the rest of the residents get a word in?
So those are the ones I personally have been working with. But I know there are other groups out there that's commented through our comment periods, and then we've responded to them. So before there was an EJ law, this was probably 2010-ish, the AIR program itself actually went out to communities that, do you want to be identified as EJ so that we could start some kind of notification system. We got two takers. One was Camden and one was Newark Ironbound. We actually had some, and I'm not gonna name the town, they said, don't bother us with that. And so we start with those, and that's the last item, the air enhanced notification. We were able to put Newark, and it's not just Newark Ironbound. I think it's certain zip codes within Newark that is wider than Ironbound. And we said, anyone that's interested in getting information on any permit that comes out, air permits that comes out there, give us your email address and we'll put it in and it automatically sends information to you. Problem with that system is it's so old. Just think about technology. It's so old, has not been updated. It can only take, we can only do it for Newark. It wouldn't even do Camden. Camden, we have to do it manually where we get people's contact information, and we actually had to manually email people whenever we get any within the identified zip code area of Camden. Understood. We've been talking to DOIT, Candace and I have been trying to work with them. Problem is our database itself is quite old. It was created back in 98 and it's just been upgraded. And now there has been plans to move to a newer platform, but that's with DOIT, our IT group. So
I guess it's, I don't know if you take into consideration different things that are in the particular areas that we're kind of talking about. So like, I know that the Ironbound section has the sanitation plants and all of those things. But then on our side of town, we have the watershed or the different runoffs with the water, and then the scrap yards and all these different things that are happening. And we have fumes that we could literally smell in the environment just coming into Weequay Park. So I don't know if any of those comments have been documented or not, but we would like to be acknowledged as a problem area, just for your notes. Okay. And
so
in the South Ward.
So I think the EJ rule has required all of those areas to be considered EJ. This was the system set up back in 2010, way back before EJ. And that was our first cut at it. And so it might have been even before then. Yeah. So, but now we're trying to do this under the EJ rule and connect everyone that way. And if the only issue is the scrap yards, if they get permits, they actually would show up on the EJ list because they're one of those facility types. The problem is whether or not they have permits, and there it goes. If you report that you see there's these scrap yards, you're not sure if they're permitted and they are creating fumes, you report it to that number and get an incident number, and either our own inspector or the county inspector will go take a look. All right.
If I could add, could we just save questions until the end of the presentation? I think you have maybe like half the presentation to still do.
So this is just the websites of the two organizations I was talking about, Ironbound and Camden Collaborative. So in case if you want information, you can get to their website and you'll have this access to this overhead. So you will actually get their URL. All right. EJ meetings. I just wanted to, Candace covered a lot of this and a lot of it was covered in previous session. So I just want to cover, just provide everyone on the EJ website. You can see at least when the time that I actually clipped this screen, there were two meetings that were being set up to be held at a certain date. So if you go on the website, it'll show you what meetings are happening or what meetings already happened. And I can get to the next slide. So this is just underneath that. I can clip two screens. It just wasn't possible. So you can click onto each of the counties and find meetings that happen. And within those meetings, you can find information, what the draft permit was for, what the public notice said. And then if the process has completed, you'll also get the response to comment document in there that will answer, that has responses to all the comments made. The air process. So we have a separate web page, and you'll have this, so you'll be able to find that URL that lists all the air permits that has gone what we call draft. It's not issued, so we can't say it's final. It's draft out for comment. There's a public notice, the draft permit itself, and then what we call a statement of basis that summarizes what that permit is for. And then, like before I was talking about, you have an actual contact person. You would contact Vladimir Korolev if you wanted to comment on the Veronova permit. Other online tools. So if you go to the Bureau of Stationary Sources webpage, we have a tool called What's in My Community. It's very much like the EJ map. It was actually created way before what EJ map was here. And then on that same webpage, there are other reports on there that I just want to run through. So here's the webpage and what's in my corner. So if you click on it, it goes to this map and you see all those little dots. You can either put an address up in find address, or one of those little icons there with the magnifying glass, you can enter the facility name or facility number if you know it. But the easier way is just to put an address in. So I put in Camden and zoomed in, and you can see in here, the blue dots represent the major facilities and the pink dots represent the minor facilities. So if you're interested in any of those, you just put the cursor right on top of the dot and it'll give you a list of things you can do with it. So I put the cursor on the Camden County Energy Resource Recovery Facility, or most of you might know as Covanta around here. And so now you have access to their current permit. You click on current permit, you can actually download that and look at what's in their permit. They have a list of pending permit, meaning permit applications they submitted that we are still reviewing. We have the emission statement, which is what they report annually to us. They're required to report, major facilities are required to report annual emissions to us, and they certify it that everything is true and accurate. And if we find any thing that's not inaccurate, we'll go back to them, and if it's becomes a violation, then the enforcement would write them up for it. Then we also have the RPPR air toxics inventory. That's just that is a list of what kind of chemicals they store on site. Some facilities don't store any hazardous chemical, some do. So that list is here, so they might have something there. But that's another program. So there's actually, if I remember, right there, air enforcement action. I think someone had asked, how do you find the historic act? You can actually go there, and it's supposed to be, if you click that arrow at the very end, that should bring you to whatever enforcement action they've been cited for. Okay. Again, this goes back to probably 1998 or 99 or so. If you're talking about more historic before then, it's all on paper, and I'm not sure if we can find this. Let's see. All right, something I was asked to present to you briefly is something we just posted yesterday. No, Thursday. It's an interactive guide. So on that same community, what's in my community, if you hit about, down there, there's an interactive users guide. If you click on that, there's a whole storyboard of what that map is for, what all the little symbols for. So it runs through kind of telling you how to use it, what it's for, what you can find with this. That was just posted this past Thursday. So I haven't run through it all myself yet. So I was asked to just preview it and let you guys know. All right, so I was talking about reports that's available. So on that same Bureau of Stationary Source webpage, if you hit reports, there's a bunch of reports. So I point to the second to last one on the bottom, pending PCP applications within the last 30 days. So in the past, we've been told that, ask the question, how do we know there's a permit pending in an area? And we said, well, there's certain reports you can find, but it's not as easy to find it. So we created this report recently, and basically you can pick the county. You can go in, pick the county, and list all the pending permits that we have that were submitted to us within the last 30 days. We didn't want to make it longer than 30 days because then that list can get really long and it may not be as useful. So if we keep it at 30 days, you find something there that you're interested in, and I'll go to the next page. Here's what it looks like. You just pick the county, and here's an example of the report. And again, it's the same email as before. You can email us if you have any interest in, if you want a comment period, you want a hearing, you just email there and we'll get that response and schedule the hearing or the comment period if it's not already scheduled. All right, that's all I have. And again, there's my contact information. So if you have any information, send it to me. Even if it's not me, I'll find someone to handle it, to respond to you on. Thank you.
So I do know you just mentioned the new system that you haven't fully vetted yet. But does that, you mentioned that your department or the DEP will issue violations when those parties are not compliant, but is there information if there was like a health risk posed to the public? Does that work closely together with your department where we can see it as the public, such as a leak of some type of substance, and then now this area needs to be notified that this occurred? You know, like how do we know that those violations pose the health issue?
Like where it says certain this news. I think there's a news release. I remember there's on our main page there's a news release, but I don't know if it covers like spills and stuff.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
So how I respond to that is that many incidents that happen that are unexpected, like an emergency, a spill, a discharge that we didn't anticipate, the emergency response to handle that is usually handled at the local level, like the fire department, or like even the company that's responsible for it will have their emergency responders. DEP will assist in that, like especially with air monitoring, with our staff who are overseeing whatever the spill is. Oftentimes we're not the lead or like the incident commander is what we call it. So because we're not often the incident command, like the lead responder, you'll have the local health department or the mayor will lead communications, or like the local press office. Sometimes we have incident command where DEP is involved and we are just elevating local messages. Like the point is, when there's emergency, it needs to be one message. So everybody's hearing the same thing and it's not different messengers. So we have to wait for local governments, the press office, the mayor to like let people know, don't leave your homes, close your windows. This is the immediate or acute risk to public health. So it gets tricky. It just depends on like what the emergency is and like how how we respond to it happens on a case-by-case basis, depending on what it is. Yeah. I'll repeat the question back. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm. No.
This does not have that real time. It's based on what's in our database, which is not real time. So.
Right. So the question was about like, does the data miner include real-time information about a spill or a release or something that's happening in the community? Can community get information from that? The answer is no, because this is really about compiling like records. So an inspector will go out and inspect, they'll take their notes, they'll give it to their supervisor, they'll review it, they'll put it in our database, then they put it in the public. So there's like a whole process. It's not real time. Real-time information about releases and stuff would really just be like a local mayor or press office, unless the DEP is responsible for the release, then you'd get it that way. I say the best way, and so this kind of leads me to some wrap-up remarks, is to contact my office. We can try to be a good funnel for you to connect you to local government and get information. If we're hearing about something, we can inquire and get information on the public's behalf. Technically, local government should have like a reverse 911 system. They should be sending out text messages. They should have a Facebook page. They should have, you know, a lot of systems. And that's not to kind of push the blame on local government, because we should be having the same things. It's just that if there's a fire locally, the fire department's going to handle it, not DEP. You know, so it really just depends on the specific. It's hard for me to give you like a general answer here, because it really is like case by case specific. But any specific questions for Danny? Yes, Janice. Then I'll do a wrap up.
I'm hearing some chatter about possibly building a landfill on top of the landfill in Salem. The landfill's closed, and Vince actually stopped me to tell me this, Vince C. Do you know if there has been any kind of activity concerning permitting? And what he said to me is that they want to connect the landfill to the port. You're aware of the port? I don't know if there's any kind of permits going on with the port that
In Salem?
well, no, the wind, not the wind farm, but there's a port, a shipping port
Are you
that they are
talking
now,
about Salem?
yes, Salem County.
The port I know of is in Gloucester County. But
Oh,
it's
no,
not-
no, they just built,
Yeah,
oh, okay, so you're not familiar with that. So they just built the port. So what Vince said to me is that now they want to put a landfill on top of the closed landfill because it'll be good activity for the port. I had not heard of this anywhere before or any time prior. So apparently there's some private conversations going on. So is this too early for me to request a like a public, what were you talking about? The comment?
The comment period?
Yes.
So if we don't have any permit in-house, we probably can't, there's nothing to tag it to. But here's what I'm gonna say. A landfill is, I don't know if Salem is EJ.
It is.
Okay, so landfill is one of the facility types. So if any permit, be it solid waste, be it air, comes in, it will trigger EJ. If you go to that website, it'll show up there. And at that time, yeah, a lot of it is they're talking at the local level, trying to get the business size set up before they come to us. And that's the reason I don't recall anything is I go to a lot of what we call the permit coordination meetings where all the programs are called into certain meetings because a business wants to meet with us to just get an idea of what kind of permits they need. I don't remember recalling a landfill on top of a landfill and port down in Salem. Yeah. So it definitely will show up on the EJ list.
Right. And the chatter is not unusual. So I think what Danny was trying to say is that there are conversations and decisions that happen at the local level. And the DEP may know about it, like it may know about the chatter, but the chatter for us doesn't begin until we get the piece of paper in our office. So it may be pending, it may be draft, it will come soon if it requires a DEP look into it. So I know that there's chatter that can be constituted as being nefarious in some way. And there can also be chatter that just hasn't reached DEP yet because it's just not our time to have a piece in the pie yet. So I don't know which one it is, but not unusual necessarily. Okay. Any other questions? I'm going to do a wrap up. Okay, go for it. She's going to bring the mic to you just so you can.
All right, so I did, offer some other things, but now I'm talking about solutions now. So I do see that you have a youth inclusion initiative.
Yes.
We want to help out with our learning curve, because that's basically what I'm looking at, is that our elders didn't know so much about environmental, and now we're catching up. So that's why we're asking a array of questions, because we're trying to learn as quick as we can, because we've been dealing with other issues, right? So how do we be part of this youth inclusion? Is there a curriculum that's currently in the schools, or can we introduce one that you know of for our after-school programs and our summer camps that we are conducting?
Okay. A couple of responses for you. And background for everyone else's awareness. DEP for the last maybe 3 or so years now has a youth inclusion program where we invite community host organizations to send us, let's say 20 to 30 youth ages like high school to 21 maybe, to participate in activities that the DEP will bring about. So it's like a summer long kind of experiential learning program where they do service opportunities. They can like do some testing. They can get presentations from people like me about EJ. So it's an immersive kind of experience, and hopefully those people will matriculate throughout their life and end up at DEP working for us. So youth inclusion program that happens every summer. We put out a request for those community host organizations. So I think this year just closed a couple of weeks ago, and we announced maybe 10 or like 7 to 10 partners in Newark, Patterson, Camden, Trenton, a few other towns I'm forgetting. But next year there will be an opportunity. Again, one of my points was to tell you to sign up for our newsletter. I'll get there in a minute, and we'll let you know when those opportunities come out. So there's not a curriculum necessarily that's derived from that program. It's kind of in-person, hands-on, experiential, immersive type training. What I can say about curriculum is 2 things. We have climate change is now a requirement for New Jersey schools. I can't tell you which grade, maybe middle school, for climate change to be included in the curriculum. So I do know that we have pieces of curriculum because of that climate change piece that we can probably share. And second point is we have an environmental educator that we've hired on staff at the DEP. So I know it's that person's job to be thinking about incorporating environment, whether it be climate change, EJ, into curriculums. That person just got hired a couple of months back, so I'll need to check in and see, but if there's like something that can be shared. Trish? Yes, you say it better than, yeah. Okay.
So the department also hosts what's called a Watershed Ambassador Program, and it's an AmeriCorps program that's hosted by the department. And so there's 2 opportunities there that people that are interested in coming into the environmental career could become a Watershed Ambassador, but they also offer they have a whole curriculum that they teach that's focused on watershed education, non-point source reduction, and how to do that in your community and to raise awareness of those issues. And they offer presentations to come into schools in the community. And there's one hosted in each watershed of the state. So I can give you that link. And then if you have an organization, they'll come out to public meetings, they'll go into schools, and they can present a particular curriculum that they work on. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, do we have any questions online? Okay. No, okay.
I've got a question. I don't know whether this is going to fall under your purview or another department. So I'm not certain if your agency would refer to another department. But I had an issue with American Water, with the quality of the water. Well, not the quality of the water, but with the water meter itself. I resolved the issue with them, but it's a nationwide issue. And they wound up putting my home on a tax lien. Well, I showed them that their water meter was defective. So I'm assuming that when I filed a complaint with the Public Utility Commission, they wrote me back and said that it wasn't under their purview. So I'm assuming because it's nationwide, it would have to fall under the FTC. But that's not my problem. My question is, in the area that I live in Camden, it's known as Morgan Village. It was developed probably back at the turn of the century. My house was built in 1918. So the water mains that are put in there are over 100 years old now. There's another section that's probably 100 yards from me that was built back in 1950. And those water mains were put in somewhere, I guess, maybe 70 years ago. I don't drink Camden City water. My water, when I run it through the filters, I have to change my filter maybe every 3 days because the filter is as brown, almost like coffee. So I don't drink Camden City water. With it being American water, and the reason why I went through the whole thing about American water is because when the PUC said that it's not their purview, American Water is a private company, I get bills for my water delivery from both the city of Camden and American Water. And for my sewer, I get it from the CCMUA and the city. So now we're falling under the well, not the jurisdiction, but the responsibility of American Water for and the city for delivery. Now, with the amount of water that's coming through, or rather the amount of rust and corrosion that's coming through, that I have to change my water filter, let's say every 3 days, because it's almost like coffee. My concerns are, I wouldn't fall jurisdiction, it'd probably be more of a health issue. So where do I go with that?
Okay, so you would come to us. So, regardless of whether it's a publicly owned utility or an investor-owned utility, like a New Jersey American, if it's a water system that's serving community water, it's required to meet all the regulations that we discussed. And so there's a second part that I didn't talk about today that also deals with the issue that you're talking about, water mains, is the department, and New Jersey is one of the only states that has what's called the Water Quality Accountability Act. And it requires water systems to demonstrate how they are investing in the utility and addressing the water mains over time.
I understand that. Let me interject there. Now, I understand that. If you talk with American Water, they're going to tell you that the water that comes through the system meets federal standards of X amount of million parts per water of the rust and the iron that comes through there. Well, that's fine. It meets the federal standards. That's fine. But what about over time? I haven't touched, I'm 77 years old. I haven't touched American Water, or rather the water that comes through. The fellow that was here that was talking about the water and the wells over in Pennsauken. They were the artesian wells. That was supposed to clear everything up. We're going back into the 50s now, because in 60s or the 70s, I think it was, those wells failed. But the artesian water that we were supposed to be drinking then, when we got off of the Camden City water, before American Water came in, was supposed to be the cleanest water in New Jersey. So now we're talking about water that's been going through these pipes, which we're talking 100 years old. Of course, my house was built in 1918. Yeah, 1918. My father was born in the city in 1913. So this water's been going through these pipes for years and years and years. And the corrosion that's built up in there and the rust that's built up in there, the fire department used to go out periodically, open the hydrants in the neighborhood just to flush all of that rust and iron out of the pipes, which is something else that's fallen by the wayside. The city's fallen into where it's become a lost city now, but I understand what you're saying about the parts per million. But what about the ingestion of that? We drink that water, it gets into your liver, it gets into your kidneys. And not only us, it gets into the children's. And what will that rust over time do in your body as far as developing any sort of maybe Alzheimer's or Parkinson's or even kidney stones, which I've developed a kidney stone.
So
I
two
understand
pieces.
that.
So yeah, so I feel like depending on the issue, and you can direct contact our office and we can walk through with you what your particular issues are. But there are different requirements besides just what you're describing, which is like if you test the water, it doesn't meet a MCL. There's maintenance requirements, like you're saying, O&M requirements. There's asset management requirements to show how they're going to replace mains every 50 years. And so there's other pieces that a water system's required to do that might address some of those concerns. So if you send those particulars my way, I can kind of look down that path for you.
That's fine. I understand that as well. But do you realize the kind of backlash that has come out of this? Because if the city, or if American Water has to replace the water mains in the city, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, not tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands of dollars to replace the water mains.
True.
Going back to American Water, one of the issues that I have with American Water is that their water meter, a water meter operates when the water flows through, it turns a magnet. That magnet turns a couple dials. That water meter has no check on it. So if the water backs up and flows backwards, it still turns those dials, and the meter that they read still rolls forward. It doesn't roll backward. That's where I had the problem with American Water. They told me to put a backwater valve on it. I did. It finally resolved my problem. But before I got to that point, I had them come out and inspect it. And the guy that came from American Water looked at it and said, I've never seen a water meter run backwards before. I put that in my complaint with them, in my argument with them. Needless to say, the guy that worked for American Water no longer works for American Water, because I could put that complaint in there and he probably lost his job over that. So what I'm saying about the issue being an FTC one is because it's happened in other parts of the country. In Illinois is one place. American Water even went as far as spending $200,000 doing a research study where they found that their water meters were defective. But there again, that's something that if American Water had to put a back water valve in everybody's house in the city, like I had to pay for my own, it's going to cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the backlash that's going to come from this is enormous.
Well, I will say that there is, to the funding piece, the thing that I can share is through the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed, there's a lot of federal dollars that are coming into the states over the next 5 years, particularly to address infrastructure improvements. And that money has principal forgiveness dollars. So grant funding that is specific to those communities that are
They've
considered
sent that
disadvantaged
notice-
communities.
Excuse me, they've sent, I don't mean to
Yeah,
interrupt you,
sure.
but they've sent that notice out to the people in the city where they're willing, there's funds available to replace the supply line from the water main into the house. That's fine. That supply line could be a lead pipe, it could be copper. My mother was alive. My house, I inherited from my parents. My parents bought the house in 1944.
Sir, I'm gonna just take the time to interrupt you. Can I ask your name? Your name?
My name is Al. My last name is Ricco, R-I-C-C-O.
You said Alman?
Al.
Al. Okay. So do you mind staying a bit, Trish? Okay. So we're gonna try to speak with you offline and get you a conversation, a resolution to what you're saying. I do just want to take this time to kind of wrap us up because I promised to get us out one time. So I want to be respectful of people's time, both in the room and online. So let me just try to do a couple of wrap up points and then we'll get to you afterwards, Al, if you don't mind staying just a few minutes after. Okay, thanks. So I'm noticing two things at play here. One is that some of you may be feeling like we're giving you incomplete answers. I'm sensing just frustrations in the room about, the quality of life in your neighborhoods, some of the experiences, some of the historic, systemic patterns of stuff going on. And what I want to say to that is that the DEP is a legion of 3,000 staff. And so what we've tried to do here today in just the limited 4 hours is to bring you some information and to try to teach you about this process, because the only way to dismantle or change a process is to understand it. So that is our attempt, and that was our goal and our purpose. I hope that you feel like we've done a little bit of that, of teaching you about this process, giving you information, and also giving you connections. So you know who we are, you can follow up with us, a little more about how we're organized. And the follow-up questions that you have, we may not have been able to give you complete answers today. Part of that is because my three colleagues here, we're not the experts in any one thing. We are the experts in our area, but there's many more pieces of expertise that we have in our agency, and I can't bring all 3,000 of them here to speak with you today. So we heard about the landfill issue. We didn't cover anything about solid waste today. That's a whole other training that we can do. We've been taking notes about the compliance and enforcement pieces. The Warren DEP was brought up a lot today. Also the comments from the brother about just the co-opting of this landscape from environmental groups who are not necessarily representing the interests of overburdened communities. I hear you on all of that. I've witnessed that myself. What I'm interested in doing today and moving forward is to be equipping people like you who are in the room with the resources and the funding that's gonna push you and propel you to do what you can in this space for your community, your family, your neighbors, your residents, all of that. We can talk offline about other groups. What I want to do is equip you with the resources and the information. So maybe a bit of incompleteness today, but we're starting somewhere. And my second point I want to say is also about access. So a lot of what may be feeling like some frustrations in the room about like I hear what you're saying about this permitting process, but I want to know about, discharges, and I want to know about this or that. Part of what you might be feeling is because government has not always done the best job. I'll be the first one to say it, to make information accessible, to make it understandable, and to give you all access to us. Usually what happens is we're behind the door in our cubicles locked away, and we're not talking to you all. So when you're given the opportunity to meet with us and to talk with us, I understand that questions maybe outside of the scope of our 3 presentations will come up. I want you to know, and I want to tell all of you to keep doing that. Anytime we deviate or we say, oh, or we don't know the answer, it's not because we're trying to dismiss you in any way. Any offline conversations or notes that I'm taking down, it's because I'm trying to get information that I can take back to my 3,000 people at the department and come back to you. So, we can't have on the spot things all the time, but what we do have is relationship. And that relationship is currency, and that can get us somewhere and moving in steps towards the future. So I just want to give a couple of thank yous. Thank you to Mastery High School for hosting us. Thank you for our youth who welcomed us and gave us some really encouraging and inspiring words about your plans for the school and your educational opportunities. Thank you for that. Yes. I can't read lips. Oh, yes. We have a lot of food left over, so please take it. Yes. I want to thank all of you online. You weren't able to get here in person, but I hope it was fruitful for you nonetheless. We'll be sending and following up with you online. Thank you for all of you in person who took the time on a Saturday to spend time with us. The fact that you're here and online shows me that you care about civic engagement, that you care about democracy, you care about practicing democracy and protecting it, and protecting your communities. So that means a lot to me because I care about those things too. And lastly, I want to thank my DEP colleagues. I want to let you know that I thank you for your service and that our jobs are difficult and demanding. But by being here, it means that we're taking steps in the right direction to try to make our agency a little bit better. Thanks to my staff in the back for all the coordination and facilitation, the food. Thanks for the IT team and all that you do. And we're going to close this out. Lastly, please email the Office of Environmental Justice at environmentaljustice@dep.nj.gov. So environmental justice at dep.nj.gov. If anything comes up, let us know. We really want to continue this conversation. And we'll be continuing these seminar series. Please see us on this roadshow that we're doing. Been taking a bunch of notes about how we can bring topics that we talked about today, that we didn't cover today, that you asked about in future sessions. So I said lastly 3 times, but lastly, please fill out our survey form. We'll send it out electronically for those of you online, but those of you in person, please let us know what information and programming we can bring to you. And with that, please enjoy your Saturday and keep up the fight. Thank you.